Hey everybody, how's it going? Hey Twitch, what's
Sup?
up? Welcome to Neon Night City Lights, the only game on this channel that probably will deal with some sort of like tax scam at some point. We haven't planned that, but just it's probably gonna happen.
Listen, fam.
We are getting into politics.
Where you find politics, you
Yeah,
find tax scams.
like just a
It's
little.
like a it's like a
Anyways,
it's like a
my
one to
name
one
is
ratio. I'm pretty sure.
yeah, exactly. My name is Tate Wanfern. I am the DM for this game. I'd like everyone in stream order to introduce themselves and who they are playing.
What's going on? You know who it is. It's Young Foxy, aka Big Foxy, aka Baron Von Foxy, soon to be Mayor Fox. Today I'm playing Fox, the Fixer, soon to be Mayor Fox, like I said. And you know, he's a very charismatic young youth. He's finding his way in these mean streets of South Night City. Doesn't take a lot of shit though, and so has been prone to step up to challenges. And recently, given the mayor of South Night City himself thinks he can make himself my enemy, I figure why not do the one thing better than just fucking him over. Take everything he's got, his power, his status, probably his wife at some point. We'll get there. Anyway, I'm gonna pass it on over to my right to Michelle. Take it away.
All right, I'm Michelle. I play Lynx, our netrunner, who is has a problem with adopting every small, well, not small child, but naive person that they that they come across that looks like they
It's
need
true.
that
I
they
was
need
one of
someone to
them.
care about them.
It's true. I
Sorry,
was one of them.
it's okay. But
We'll have
yeah,
a gaggle of children.
well, adult children and children and
Pseudo
program
children.
children.
The word adult is carrying a lot of weight in that sentence. I'm just gonna
Look,
make
they
you
don't
aware.
act like adults, so that doesn't count.
Physically adults. And hi, I'm Dan. I play Huckabee, the medtech, who um, I mean, there's not a lot going on for me right now, front, but there's the
You're
ever-present
still technically being blackmailed.
are being basically indentured servitude because they took on debt to pay off medical expenses for my childhood illnesses.
Because you was
Hmm.
broke.
And
Not like
now
you were
I'm
broke. I
working
mean,
as
like
a
your body was
doctor
broken.
to pay off the debt. Sorry, did you say something, Fox?
Nah, I said you was broke. Not like you were poor, but like your body was broken. Like as a kid, like your body
Yeah.
didn't work.
In the second one too,
Yeah,
but I'm
broke as
working
hell.
on it.
So they
And
went broke to fix you
also,
being broke.
and also, I think Foxy needs to look at
Oh,
the Discord, and we might actually suddenly need to take a very small break because Joe was not here for a second, but now we, right now, need to take a second to put him back in. Uh,
so you know what? We're taking it all from start. We're taking it all from scratch. We're going back to the start screen. We're taking it all back
Ad
from the
break.
start. Y'all
Ad
have never
break.
seen us.
Ad break.
Y'all have never
Ad
seen us.
break.
We weren't here. We'll be back in a little bit. We love you guys. Bye. Okay, see you in a minute.
professional organization.
Professional organization. See you in a bit. We love you.
Hey! How's everyone
Hey.
going? How's
What's
everyone
going on?
doing?
Hi, hello for the first time, everybody.
Welcome
Clearly.
to Neon Night
Clearly.
City Lights, the very first intro of this episode, and the only show that probably will have a tax scam. Like, right? Like politics just leads to tax scam.
Man, it's
Probably.
almost
I don't
like
know.
I feel like you might have
Now.
made that joke at some point. It's like a weird deja vu sense I'm
Maybe.
having right now, Tate. I
Do
don't
you think,
know.
do you think Seven Sons is gonna have a tax scam, Fox? What do you think?
You know, I didn't think it would have airship thievery, but
What is,
so
what is
I
this
have no
law
more
tax
expectations.
law?
Y'all gonna do whatever the fuck y'all want when in Seven Sons. If y'all decide to run a tax scam at some point, I'm just here to run it. Anyway,
Anyways, my name is Tate Washburn. I am the DM for this show, and then in stream order, my players are.
what's going on, everybody? It's Young Foxy, aka Big Foxy, aka Baron Von Foxy, creative director of Neon Lights Roleplay. That's a shitty corporate term, but I like saying it now because it makes me sound powerful. You know, today I'm playing Fox the Fixer, running for mayor of South Night City. I'm coming for the current mayor because he's a piece of shit who decided he wanted to threaten my family and my well-being. So I'm gonna take everything that he has: his wealth, his status, his power, probably his food, his family. You know, I'm gonna just walk into his house, take a couple forks.
Drink your
I'm
milkshake.
gonna walk in the house, take every other fork. You mean? I'm gonna take the trays out the oven, not the oven itself, just the trays out the oven. I'm taking the trays out of the oven. I'm walking in the dryer, taking the circle out of the dryer, and I'm gonna just walk out. It's all real inconvenient shit. I'm taking the toilet seat, specifically the
All
toilet
his left
seat.
shoes.
I want to
left
thank real
shoes,
quick
all his left
my
shoes.
new best friend, Fanator, for the follow. Shout out to you real quick, Fanator. You out here doing big things. Shout out to you.
Hey, shut up.
Anyway, pass
next
it over
person.
to my right to
Good luck.
Michelle. Tell the people who you are.
Alright, I'm Michelle. I play Lynx, our netrunner, who also has a problem with adopting a lot of people that she comes across. Hey, it's a thing she does.
Stop adopting people. We don't. You know, people cost money.
But they're not. Well, I mean.
See, the problem isn't that you want to adopt everyone. The problem is you want to
Yeah.
adopt everyone and then you want to front the cost of adopting everyone on me.
That's true. But
But she also
Consider
adopted
people
you.
also make money.
Okay, I guess that's fair. That's reasonable.
She did adopt you.
That's solid. That's a solid thing to think about, I guess.
Next person. Next person.
Hi, I think that's me.
Yeah.
I'm Dan. I play Doc Huckabee, the medtech. I am going around doing medicine on people because I need money, because the corporation has my parents, because they're in debt, because I was a very sick child, and they had to pay a lot of money to keep me from dying. And corporations don't like it when you owe them money. And so they do things that are not quite ethical, like keep them in indentured servitude until I can pay off the debt. So that's what I'm working on.
All right.
I think companies actually like it when you are in debt. Then they can
I
keep
was gonna say
charging
that,
you.
yeah.
Yeah, they say
my
they
name,
don't like it.
my name is Joe. I play Dion the Media. I almost said the Fixer.
Yeah.
I am
Don't do your job,
helping Foxy with his campaign, not the TTRPG one, the one in the
political one.
TTRPG.
The political one in the TTRPG one.
Vote for Fox.
Vote for Fox.
for
I'm going to
Fox.
help him take the mayor's family.
Yeah,
I
that too.
guess.
We're taking his
I don't-
family.
I wasn't really, when you said that, I wasn't really sure, like, are you gonna practice like indentured servitude, or like, are you just gonna like adopt them?
I assumed it was seduction and adoption personally, but
I mean, I don't really know personally. I just don't want him to have it. So like, it's not really like if I just might like forge some divorce papers and just like make them go through the legal process. I don't know. Who knows? We'll see.
Or-
It's like it's more just like to be petty. It's not like I actually personally want his family. It's more just like for the sake of pettiness, you know?
Just do the bit
Yeah,
from
but-
Blackadder with the novelty death warrant. Just like ask him for his autograph, and it's like, oh, would you look at that? These are actually divorce papers.
Nah, it's all right. What I'll do is I'll sleep with his wife's friend, and then using the friend, I'll get the friend to convince the wife to make an OnlyFans, and through that feeling of sexual liberation and love of herself and her own body, she'll decide she doesn't need him anymore and leave on her own. That's really the 5D chess maneuver, you know. You hadn't considered that, had you? You hadn't even thought about that.
I feel like it has to blow up though. For that.
I mean, she could be a baddie for all we know. If I gotta pay for a
David can
BBL, then
confirm.
you mean I gotta pay for a BBL? Like you feel me?
Tate can confirm.
It's all part of the
More
political
than I can.
campaign. Tate,
don't
do I
know.
have to pay for someone's Brazilian butt lift in the TTRPG campaign? Do tell me that
I didn't
right
know
now.
what BBL was, but like, you haven't met her yet. You don't know.
Let's
Well,
find out.
You don't know.
All right, I need to go
What
investigate.
would you use
I need to
OnlyFans?
investigate the mayor's wife to know if she needs a BBL.
Does
It's
Mayor
really,
even have
it's,
a wife?
it's critically. No, I did find out she does. He does have a wife. That's important. I did discover that. I did find that
Yeah,
out in my
so-
own research in my own time.
This is maybe a good spot to enter campaign a bit.
You want to tell us what happened
And-
last time, Tate?
Oh yeah, that
Yep.
thing.
Yep. So last time you guys finished up stuff with the night market, and then the sort of scanner that was going to alert Lynx and Doc to someone was picking up information from the bug in their office. The guy who's blackmailing the doctor. Someone was picking that up. When they got there, person was almost gone. Some interrogation found out that they worked for the Cards, the sort of offshoot of the mafia, the gang that you guys have worked with before a little. They're not unreasonable, but one of their 4 leaders really doesn't like FoX. Like, really doesn't like.
Not a
For
big fan.
chat, you roll enemies and former lovers, and out of all the players, FoX has way more than everyone else.
Yeah,
Like
nobody likes me.
3 to 6 times as much as everyone else.
Yeah, they don't really fuck with me, to be honest. That's fine. I'm cool with it.
Half of those are ex-lovers, though. So like,
They did fuck with me at one point. They just don't
Mhm.
anymore.
they provably did, in fact, fuck with you.
Like decidedly, actually.
Yes.
I mean,
I have
Lynx's
video
just, like,
evidence in some
palpable,
cases. Don't get
so.
me wrong, but in any
Mhm.
case,
Video evidence. Oh boy.
listen.
At the same time, some people ended up coming for Doc's office looking for Dion. Sorry, I'm getting a little echo from you, Fox.
Oh shit, that's my bad. I got you.
Anyways, some people were coming for Dion. It was the can't remember the word for this guy, the booster ganger that Dion like busted his whole face up in the first episode.
Yeah.
Was that
shit happened.
And,
Jeremy?
Good times.
Jeremy was his name.
Anyways,
Yep.
Jeremy the booster ganger. And anyways, he was being paid for and manipulated by someone who revealed himself to be Antonio Matias Ronaldo, who has threatened to just keep sending people after Dion constantly with whatever means he has, until Dion and Tess and their 3 other friends from their experiment days are turn themselves into him.
Yep.
And then lastly, Lynx had some fun conversation with Manny the Spider Yunk, who seems like he's a weird, awkward dude, actually, and has given her a job because his facility for making drones was taken over. His facility all the way to hell in Colorado.
Also, Fox, we're adopting him. Or, sorry, I'm adopting him. You're getting a new little sibling.
I'm not paying for it. I'm making that abundantly clear. I'm not doing that. That's not happening. Just so we're deliberately clear on that. It's not a reality we're living in, okay? We're not doing that to ourselves, okay? That's not happening. It's not how it's going down, all right?
Not how that's happening.
Not
And
how
then lastly, Mariah, the martial arts badass, went and saved Fox, and then turned out that she was his cousin who doesn't really want to interact with him because she feels jealous for sort of ignoring him for his whole life,
Yeah, fucking piece
his
of
whole very
shit.
hard life.
Fucking
To be
yeah.
fair, she is at least implied that her mother was extremely emotionally abusive about this, and she was not allowed to. So,
Hey, listen.
it's up to you Fox, how you feel about that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying you definitely know
How
her
I
mom
feel
was
about it is
a piece
one
of
thing.
shit.
How Fox feels about it is something else. I know our names are
That's true.
similar,
You
but
can
we're
decide how
different. We're
Fox feels
different
about
people.
it. No, that's fair. I mean, you get to decide how Fox feels about that.
That's true, but I gotta decide that based on the person I've built him to be, which is that's a complex line to walk.
Maybe a little petty, maybe not. He might understand. Maybe he doesn't.
A little.
I don't know.
The
if
DM,
it's
I have to understate that because I don't want to tell you what you feel.
That's fair.
I mean,
But anyways, those are the things that happened last time. And to answer the question of does the mayor have family, he definitely has a wife. And Fox specifically, who asked me, you know that at one point he had a kid before you went to prison, but you don't know that you've heard anything about them since. if you would like to, you can roll me a quick. I'm not sure what social check this should be, but it should be some kind of social check.
I'm just here to
To
remember-
happen.
Now this is like a on the moment. What do you remember and
Streetwise?
know? I'm gonna say this is not really streetwise. Maybe it's education.
Oh, hey, that's a skill I'm really good at. Here we go.
They can't all be streetwise.
I got a 16.
Oh, grats.
That could be enough.
16. Yeah, I think that even though you were in prison, it is like a modern prison, which is shitty, but there's still some amount of news coming in. And you are actually pretty sure that kid is dead. You're pretty sure they got shot in South Night City at some point.
Hey, happens to a lot of people. Sucks to suck, nerd.
It was, I think, his son.
Hey,
He had a son who has been shot to shit. And you don't know much about that, Fox, because you only know what like the news said, and the news is not a reliable source of information as to what actually fucking happened.
that's cool. I might look into it at some point if I care enough. People die every day, B.
Yeah.
But
You're not special mayor's child. Everyone gets shot in Night City.
listen, fam. People
I mean,
people die every day.
actually,
You know how many friends I had before I went into prison? You know how many of them I didn't see when I came back out? I ain't worried about
That's
that.
special. Don't,
You feel
Don't
me?
step
we out
in
here the
South-
streets.
don't step in the combat zone if you're not prepared for combat. Nerd.
Exactly. It's
Yep.
called
Anyways.
that for a reason.
or zones.
Man said or zones. I hate it. No. Don't even give him the credence for it. Just move on. Just move along.
I didn't actually hear. Anyways, so yeah, it is the next morning after this like confrontation with Mariah and this talk with Manny and the booster gangers revealing that Dion has someone coming for him like real hard. And so what I'd like to do is basically focus this on let's start with like the Foxy apartment first real quick.
What's up?
Because as Fox and Lynx, you wake up, Mariah is already up. You don't know that you even saw her go to sleep, but she seems like not tired at all, so probably at some point. And she has already started preparing some kind of breakfast. It is still basically just kibble because like none of y'all can afford much more than that. But she's doing her best to make it good, you know?
Huh. That's
Trying to pick the right combination to make a close approximation to a crunchy breakfast.
that's sweet and strange.
Yeah. I don't know the order at which you show up, but I think she just cordially would give Link some breakfast without
There's
a lot of
no
comment.
way Lynx wakes up later than Vox. There's no possibility in the universe wherein that happens. Like
Okay.
it's just not. I can't see that being a realm of reality. Like
Lynx, I think Mariah also like helps you put together whatever mechanisms you're going to use to make tea because now you have to like do that in your own apartment. But you know, it's nicer than normal. It has its own kitchen, so that's possible. Like unpack like a kettle and everything. It's Fox when you wake up. She does seem a little formal, but not as awkward as she was yesterday. And she's breakfast.
good for now. Thanks. Gonna grab a shower first. Morning though.
Morning. If you have a moment before the shower,
Yeah.
I think today is a good day to sort of put some of what we did and said yesterday behind us. I really just want to be here to help you with this political campaign, and I'm sorry that I wasn't there before. So if we can move forward with that, I have some ideas prepared, some documents and plans that we could look over.
Listen, love, people have done far worse things to me than not be around. If I can put that behind me, I can put this. It's not a big deal, all right?
He nods quite, again, formally, like there's a certain amount of maybe emotional distance. And yeah, she's going to let you shower before she like bombards you with political plans.
If you have anything important to give that involves too many big words, just give it to Mom while I'm showering. She'll make it simple for me before I get back.
Yes. Okay. I think during the shower links is when you do get a message from D asking where and when would be a good time to meet, as he has time today.
Ooh.
You remember
Alright.
D is the AI from the Neon Lights Club that probably is like pseudo a copy of their security guy, Dumas.
Tweedledee and Tweedledum.
Fucking dumbest.
Yeah.
You're like 80% sure he definitely gets that joke a lot, and you're like also about that amount for sure you've heard someone who had like broken fingers saying that the reason they broke their fingers is they made that joke
Doesn't
in
mean
front
I won't
of
still make it.
Mr.
Doesn't-
Dumas.
Hey, I mean, it's funny and
That
it
just
worked.
sounds like it's more of a challenge to make it anyway.
All right. Link's just gonna be like, "Hey, Kit.
Can it wait? I'm literally naked.
Well, I need to set up a meeting.
With?
A new friend.
Complicated.
Dear God, are you adopting more people?
Yes, maybe.
We don't have any room here!
Well, they're not quite physical.
Oh. Okay. I wasn't planning on doing anything today anyway. I gotta talk with our new guest and figure out how she does all that cool shit she does. Cause, you can't see him, but you can kind of like hear FoX like making karate sounds in the bathroom. Just you like hear a solid, ow! Fuck! Anyway, yeah, besides that, I'm not doing shit. So, whatever. Yeah, do whatever you want.
Like, they're kind of like a tiny child and help.
We can talk about this later. I would like to finish my shower.
Fine. Also, stop hurting yourself. You can hear me. I will lock you up.
You won't stop me from
Stop
doing
punching
karate
walls.
by locking me up, woman. You can't restrain my creative spirit, all right? I won't be censored for my conservative views.
Stop injuring yourself, damn it!
Mariah, I think, doesn't want to get in the middle of this. Was like, if he wants to learn how to fight with his fists, it's not karate. He's going to hurt himself. It'd be better to hurt himself a little on his hands than to get shot and or stabbed, in my opinion.
Lynx just kind of like looks over to Mariah and just goes, "Oh yeah, I know he's gonna get himself hurt. Just getting himself hurt training is better than getting himself hurt doing stupid shit."
Woman, everything I do is stupid shit. How long have you known me?
That moment of
And I'm
hesitancy where,
judging you every day for it.
where you can see Mariah is still, someone who grew up in South Night City and decided to learn how to punch people real good. So there's that little moment of her about to say something that you're pretty sure is, I don't know, it's kind of, I've definitely done some stupid shit with this ability. But she doesn't say that because she doesn't want to continue this conversation.
I
Listen.
mean, that's fine. Like, doing stupid shit's what we do. Just, stop. Don't.
Anywho, yeah,
You know,
I'll
hurt
wrap up
yourself
my
doing
shower.
it.
I'd probably, given that I'm used to living by myself, would probably come out of the bathroom with pants on at least, but I doubt I'd have a shirt on at that point. Just,
It's like,
alright, what
Eh.
are we doing?
Well, as far as the political campaign goes, to keep it simple, you've announced your candidacy somewhat early. So we do have some time before people actually vote. And how much do you know about how the voting actually works in Night City?
It works?
And if you guys would like, you can roll me an education roll. How it's supposed. You
like,
can roll me an
Does it
education roll
actually
as to
count
how much.
for one?
Oh,
Sure.
I mean, Lynx can certainly roll, but the moment she says, like, do you want to know how the voting system works in that city, Vox would just go, it works?
Lynx got a freaking 13 because she doesn't
somewhere on
care.
the other side of the city, Doc Huckabee is like, yeah, this is how the education system works, or the voting system works. It's like, why did I think of that? Lynx, you have an idea?
No,
I think
am
the thing that
relation to Night City's newest mayoral candidate. Thank you very much.
Yeah, he's thinking about that as he's making his morning coffee. Lynx, which of the two subjects would Lynx know more? Why they have voting still, or how it works? Which would Lynx be more interested in?
Honestly, Lynx does not care much about the I guess the physical matter of the world because, well, Netrunner. So probably more on how it actually works.
Yes, that makes sense. So you would know. We'll get to what you know in a second, but you do know how it physically works, as Mariah explains, because obviously FoX is like, what? The voting actually functions? So Mariah's like, to put it simply, Night City has to have a vote for its various sections. We decided not to have a central mayor, mostly because no one would trust that person and they end up getting shot too often. But we have one for each district because if we want to do business with the what's left of the West Coast United States, they're the West Coast State Alliance, they require that we have some kind of democratic elections. They don't really care that we keep it honest, but it needs to be remotely somewhat verifiable, at least a little. Otherwise, they will not do business with it.
Makes sense to me.
The Seattle, Portland, Ontario people up there. Anyways, the way it works basically is each district leader, each mayor, she does put that in quotes because technically they're just a district leader. Each mayor of the districts is voted on by the whole city. You're extremely popular in South Night City, but that's not going to help you a lot because, like any voting system, especially one where nobody actually cares that it's fair, it's very difficult for people in South Night City to actually go and vote. There's like one place you can do that, and definitely they seem to have put it in the middle of Jigsaw territory, so...
Yeah, that makes enough sense. If you had the vote of every single person in the city counted, the people who actually live in shitholes like this wouldn't vote in assholes like Stinky. But you make it as hard as possible for people down here to vote, and, well, you get whoever you want in there. Yeah, makes enough sense.
I have some plans on how to encourage people of South Night City to vote. I also have some plans as to how you can endear yourself to the other districts. The other combat zones will not be hard, although they have a similar problem. The two things that I'm not sure how to beat will be how do we get people into the voting here in our district and the other combat zones, and also how are we going to make sure that the voting in other districts is actually counted fairly. We can handle ours. Our people here will count it, and they like you. It's just, how are we going to be sure that the Upper Marina actually counts things fairly? That's going to be the bigger issue. We don't need an answer for that now. I could explain in more detail some of the plans I have to fix the problems I know how to fix, but that's, I think, something we need to start considering now as we strategize.
So as you're kind of as like this whole diatribe happens, about somewhere in the middle of this diatribe, FoX does just up. This is very important, but give me 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Mom, have you seen my cigars anywhere? I've been up for like 45 minutes and I haven't had a smoke yet. This isn't gonna work.
Are they?
You know how much I hate the smell of your cigars?
All right, then you can
why
go
would I know where
somewhere
the hell
else.
you
This
put
isn't my
them?
business, right? Listen, important conversations are happening. My brain is not functioning at maximum capacity. We have to fix that.
Did you even bring them?
You can see that the boxes that you brought in that were mostly in like sort of the living room area are actually more organized so that one could actually sit down. And you think that maybe Mariah didn't sleep and just like organized the apartment. She seems like the kind of person that has to do something. Not like she opened the boxes, she just knows where everything is now and made it so she could sit down somewhere.
Yeah, no, I got it. It's just like, it's useful and I appreciate it, but like also, Jesus, what the fuck is wrong with this girl?
And so when you ask that, as you notice this, she points, it's like, I kept them on the top box on the far left there. I figured that was something that you were going to need to access sometimes today.
I appreciate how much you make yourself useful. Anyway, so just kind of walk over, crack open a cigar and get to work on that while letting her finish. She's like, oh, continue, and she'll finish the diatribe. Then just kind of say, all right, well, as far as how to encourage people in our district personally and other combat zones to get out and vote, you leave that to me. That's not too hard, actually, personally. It's just a matter of getting them all riled up and around the right issues and inspired to put the right people, put their faith in the right people. That isn't too hard. I've already been doing that that's been my plan from day one.
Mm-hmm.
I can do more of that. However, if we're talking about getting around in the other districts, then you absolutely need to consider keeping things fair. I agree. I don't necessarily have an open plan for that right now, at least not one that's not based on already evolving plans, so we'll shelve that one for the time being, at least until we get closer to the vote. What I care about more right now is kind of that thing you mentioned in the middle. How do we get support in the upper districts up for me?
Well, my goal is that there will be debates on this. Generally, you don't need to show up if you don't have someone to debate against for your district, and Snake Miner has not had someone to challenge him for years and years.
I wonder why.
You being around means he has to go to these debates. And being there, I think that we might be able to push his buttons and show that he is not always stable and reasonable.
I tried debate club for a bit back when I was in school, when I actually cared about that. It wasn't particularly my thing, but I like arguing, so.
Oh, I wasn't relying on a debate. I know where his business is, and if we hurt him with that right before a debate, he's less likely to be reasonable. We just have to do it subtly.
Oh, we are related.
I think she definitely nods, like, yeah.
Yeah, definitely keeping her around. I like that plan. Hit his pockets first, get his mental off game, and then do whatever we want. See, I don't know how much you know about how things are running around here, but Stinky and I are kind of in a two-faced war now. The public competition for mayoral candidacy, obviously, is the simple one.
Yeah.
But beyond that, let's just say things might get a bit messy in the streets in the coming month. We're building up around that, don't worry, which might relate to the whole idea of keeping elections fair, but that's a separate plan we'll talk about later. Let's just say it's certainly possible that we can cause enough commotion and or noise that there's more than enough things distracting Stinky from the mayoral campaign. Hitting his pockets is certainly definitely one thing we should consider doing, especially because any way we can hit his pockets might make mine bigger, and I always like making my pockets bigger.
Also, more chaos, unfortunately, will give us more things to talk about in the debate.
Listen, I can't just like say something about like terrorists and then like just like everyone just like yell really loud, like the American way or something, you know? Can't I just blame the liberals, you know? Wouldn't that work?
Lynx is gonna
Not
interject here.
exactly. Your idea of politics is reliant on the United States before it all fucking collapsed.
Listen, there was not a lot of shit to watch in back in prison. Somehow someone got like a digital recorded copy of the 2020 like the whole like 2020 presidential debates. So I just went back and watched
Oh, that
those on
documentary
verbatim.
shit was fucked. Yeah.
So yeah, I just kind of like assumed that's how politics work. Just like one guy walks up and says some kind of maybe reasonable stuff that's like maybe a bit milquetoast, kind of in the middle, but seems okay. Another guy just screams, "Well, fucking liberals!" And then the people go, you know, I really can't decide. That just kind of seemed like politics to me. I just assumed that was how it went. So can I just do that? Just like scream about liberals a lot?
Not exactly, but I don't have the amount of time it would take to explain to you why those two conservative and liberal policies don't exactly apply anymore to Night City in the traditional sense.
You know what? Fair enough.
Anyway.
Let's not worry about it. More important, let's worry about my politics and how we get those in place.
Lynx is gonna interject here and be like, you know, FoX, remember those students you talked to way back when, and they were making some very interesting, statements about how poorly Stinkminer was managing things in this district.
Continue.
Well, if you can get more of those, if you can talk back to those folks, because I remember you got that kid's contact number, you can start drumming up support amongst the students here in the university district, especially because they can tear down his business really easily.
Pat named one of them Punky McCyberface, if you remember.
We throw in my boy Nicky in there too. Who's another student kid. Well, at least was a student kid I knew, but he's that age group. And, yeah, you know, I think I like where your head's at.
For maybe obvious reasons, the combat zones tend to skew a little younger.
Yep, makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. We could definitely try and rationalize pushing on the younger audience here in South Night City. That might give us some more clout to push around here. As for the other districts, the trouble is, I mean, I guess you guys would all know this, but Night City is basically class divided at this point. People in South Night City, I get because they're my people. I can appeal to them pretty easily. Out in the yellow zones, out in the suburbs, I mean, I could try to push on just like working class shit, you know, telling people that they could get some more money from the government that cares about them, and that I'm obviously fighting for lower class people, and you know, whatever. I don't know how, stuff like that, but
you'll want to appeal to you managing your section. You won't be able to affect anything outside of South Night City.
That's fair.
But you can basically say, hey, I will make sure that this doesn't start hurting you.
The problem is,
containment is generally what people care about for combat zones.
The thing is, we also got to appeal to the green zones, which means kissing up to execs, politicos, and other people I usually don't like doing things besides putting bullets in.
Yeah, they're going to be making a lot of commercials, basically propaganda. And as much as that's not really going to work in the combat zones, it probably will work in a lot of the green areas.
I mean, I get it. It happens all the time around here. We see campaign ads of fucking the same weird pasty faces all up on billboards talking about how they're going to make everything better for us. What if we do it?
Yeah, and it never happens, which is why nobody nobody cares here.
What if we do it a bit old
Sorry?
school?
Okay.
Let's tour Night City. District. Place by place. We give speeches, do press runs, shake hands, talk to people, make a few,
Hmm.
meetings here or there. Let them know I
Hmm.
actually give a shit. Or at least make it seem like I do. As a
I'm
bonus,
not sure the
that also
timing.
lets
We'll
us
have to
get
talk
around the
some.
city, see some good positions,
Mhm.
and maybe even if we're lucky, build some allies.
Maybe. We should probably talk to some of the poli-sci kids here at the college because they'll probably have a better idea of the timing of that than
I
I
should
can.
also probably call my tailor.
Lynx
gonna-
at this point raises an eyebrow and's like, "Since when did you have a tailor, Fox?"
You see the way I dress? You can't be this flashy and not have a tailor woman.
He did take you to that nice clothing shop that he then like finessed the hell out of the guy that.
That is
Bruh,
true.
Ran
I
it.
finesse
That
the
is-
hell
that
out of
is very
everything
true.
I do, alright?
Uh,
Finesse God Fox over
That-
here, okay?
Lynx
Is
is
that gonna
just
be one of the new
campaign.
nicknames?
Exactly.
Lynx is just head in hands, and just shaking her head.
Oh, don't you start getting pissy now. You're part of this too.
Mhm.
You think I'm gonna go out here in
Anyways,
public and not be seen with certain people? I can't just be walking around on my own. I gotta have a detail, a team. And if you get caught in any kind of photo op with me, you gotta look good for it. I don't know how. Listen, love. I don't know how politics or any of this larger socio-political nonsense works. I'm doing this entirely for the power, status, and to shit on somebody else. But if there's one thing that I know about any kind of politics, that it's 75% image.
You're not wrong.
Yeah.
Am I?
Mariah at the
Ever.
same time says the same thing. You're not wrong.
Am I? Ever?
You didn't know
yes,
how voting works.
actually.
Did I
Lynx
say
is like,
that I knew how voting worked?
Hmm.
So
Anyways,
I,
I would like to.
am I ever wrong? It was just kind of
I
like,
was like,
finish up
I
his
don't
roll,
know enough to.
fall back, light it, and just be like,
Lynx is just gonna be like, read 90% of your ex-lovers.
hey, listen, that's personal. That's personal and painful, and not in front of my cousin. All right.
It's like,
Yeah, Mariah's definitely like.
Listen, kid, you don't want to know I've seen some shit. All right.
I got
Lynx
hired
is
by
our-
one of your ex-lovers to protect you, so I don't have a good reference point for this.
Reasonable. See, all of my exes aren't horrible. Just good chunk of them.
Anyways, so I would like to sort of leave that scene there unless there's something else that needs to be said.
Nope. Fox will just.
I mean,
finish
Lynx
his
So-
food.
might talk about like stuff, other important stuff later, but like
Yeah.
that we can pause
Yeah,
that.
I'd
Okay.
probably just finish food and ask Mariah if she wants to go out and like start showing me the ropes at some point.
Mhm.
Start doing the punchy punches.
Over at Neon Lights, the actual like apartment complex, Doc and Dion, you guys wake up, you sort of do your thing. If you'd like to, first you can sort of just have a conversation amongst yourself about what happened yesterday. There was definitely some stuff. But if not, if you just kind of sit there in silence because you're like, we're not addressing that.
She just wasn't. Do you know what?
You know,
I will
normally,
I'll say Dion doesn't have much to say on the topic. Not the
You
not
know-
the moment.
normally I save these lectures for Volpo. It's usually his fault, after all. But if I'm going to have armed booster gangers coming into my office looking for you, I think you may owe the rest of us an explanation.
My man took an
Well-
incident that literally wasn't my fault and somehow still found a way to make it to mention how shit's my fault. I don't like this is a racial microaggression. Like what is
It
this bullshit?
wasn't your
What am I
fault
supposed to- what am I
for
supposed to-
once.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, have fun. Fuck you, dudes.
I said this was not a lecture for you. It's just that normally, it
And yet
ends up being
somehow
your fault.
I still feel lectured.
How can you
the
feel
lecture
lectured when you're all the way
Somewhere in
across
the world,
town?
Fox
You
is
tell
in
me
the
how I
back.
can feel that way, Doc!
lectured.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Have your fucking scene. I'm over here.
Well, what is it you want to know?
How much? So, how much has Dion told us at this point? Not anything, right?
Pretty much nothing.
Yeah.
Well, so, and it was, but they said they were from Biotechnica,
Well, no, the recording didn't. And if Dion hasn't told you that he's been looking into this guy from Biotechnica, you would
Okay.
have no
Well,
idea
I
what the
don't
hell
know.
is going on.
I know.
Yeah, because you were, I think, around when he found out, right?
So, Jeremy seemed to be willing to go awfully far for a broken jaw, and he got some pretty impressive firepower for your average booster gainer.
I guess the thing
Yeah.
that Doc would know is that definitely the recording mentioned Jess, and that you do know that Dion had a friend and then brought this person over later, but had a friend who was being targeted along with Dion by the Arasaka guys.
Also,
You
you
mean
meant
Tess?
Tess,
And
not
some-
Jess, right? Jess is over here. That's a different thing.
Yes, Jess and
Sorry,
Tess.
Tess.
Okay, I was like, wait a minute,
Tess.
hold on, slow
Unfortunately,
down.
they're the
Too
same.
many S names.
I know. I'm sorry.
It's fine. No, you're good. Don't worry about it, love. Technically, I said Jessica. So I guess that was kind of on me.
Chris.
Right. So, I think that you know who sent those men after you. And if we're going to have more shootouts in my office, I need to know who they are and why they're coming for you.
All right. Well, how much do you know about Biotechnica?
About what most people know. Why?
What most people know is that they're kind of the good guys as far as giant conglomerates go, and they're trying to repopulate the world with new animals because most of them are dead. They're like a little better at taking out their garbage and like removing bad actors from their company than most organizations are.
Not
Anyways.
good enough, apparently.
So you're
A
pretty
little
familiar
better.
with the photo ops and the nice articles they pay to get written about them.
I take it not all of those nice articles are 100% true.
Not exactly. Wait, sorry, I have a DM question.
Yeah.
Does I guess, well, is this a question? I don't know. Does Dion have a mark or anything reminiscent of like not reminiscent, from the time that he was kind of held prisoner?
I mean, you definitely have a certain amount of scars from various testing and such. Things like put into your body to monitor stuff. They were not the fun, happy stick on the side of your skull kind of monitoring. And you definitely still, have the stuff that was actually modified in your body that you never use because you're probably trying to keep low, is what I assume, and not that you forgot that you can do it. But other than that, not really. And definitely, you don't know that Biotechnica is the one who experimented on you. You simply had suspicions, and until this all started going down, you didn't really have proof. In fact, probably early on when you left, Biotechnica being the most likely candidate, you researched them and didn't find anything at first. They did seem to be not squeaky clean. They definitely still have people in their organization who have broken laws, and they definitely still play the game of like you said, articles to make them sound better. Uh, they definitely still do certain amount of blackmail and corporate espionage. They're just a little more likely to kick people out who actively like abuse the population in some way. But then you found out that one of their execs is paying an Arasaka hit squad to come after you, probably, and definitely a guy whose name matches an Arasaka executive sent a dude after you that melted after he died and then gave you an audio rant. So, that might be some good evidence, a little.
Well, you know how I don't have much cyber?
See?
It's because I'm not too fond of people poking around in my body. At this point, Dion unbuttons his, blazer and shirt to reveal a pretty wide array of scars and, divots.
I think, Doc, that would be significant for you because, it's quite easy to get, like, body sculpting to get rid of that.
Yeah.
And you would understand the technology does, like, basically use your own DNA and then they make more flesh. Like, they don't just... It's not like plastic surgery. They're actively just making more skin to put on you. Uh,
Hmm.
Like, there's not really a lot of downsides to it, so you would not be sure why. Dion, you would have a very specific reason.
Yeah. I know I could have got these covered up, but if you had just gotten out of a pretty touchy situation that lasted about most of your life, and you matched a pretty specific description of somebody with a lot of scars on their arms and torso, you probably wouldn't want to get much done about it.
Also, to be clear, because maybe I was not, you do have slightly different DNA, so if they use your DNA to make new skin, they would definitely know.
Mm. Oh,
Like, it would be a little obvious.
okay. Yeah, I didn't think about that.
Yeah, no, so like, you would not want that body sculpting by anyone you didn't trust 100%, because the cat will be 100% out of the bag the moment they do that.
What did this to you?
That's what I've been trying to figure out.
And you think that whoever sent those men last night is connected?
I don't see any other reason why they would go so far.
My. So then, what do we do now? If
I'd like
that
to interrupt this
man-
conversation very quickly. I'm assuming you guys are having this in like the gas station cafe space,
Yeah.
or yeah. So I think it is somewhere in the middle of this.
drink or over whatever we have for our
Imagine not
morning.
having
yeah.
a private kitchen. This post brought to you by Two Bedroom Apartment Gang.
Imagine having
I think
a
that-
non-bugged private kitchen.
Oh, spice!
I think that it's at this point that you definitely hear a little bit of like you hear a door open a little and then close. And as you like, I assume stop for a second, you hear someone like, and open the door, and it is Tess, who is walking out. It's like, yeah, hi, I'm also pretty sure that it's them, because they mentioned, it sounds like they mentioned me? You didn't tell me. Did someone mention me? Dion? Is this a thing I should know?
Well,
He's your
I
friend.
did.
I let you handle this one.
Throw
Excuse
someone
me? Did you want to mention this thing, maybe?
throw him under the bus.
I haven't mentioned your name at all.
You're talking about us, though. Yeah, I was part of the same team, too. She says, you have noticed again that she wears like a pretty generic clothing, but it does like cover basically everything from the neck down. And she just rolls her sleeve up, and you can see, unlike Dion's that were like a lot of little small marks that you as a doctor are like, oh yeah, they put that in there to monitor who knows what. Hers, there's actually, you can see from the edge of her like gloves going up her forearm, just like some really long marks that are some pretty serious looking scars. And then she pulls the glove up, and you can see that she doesn't have normal fingernails. She basically has like what looks like almost like cat claws to you. Like they're not fingernails. There's like a thin line, and as she flexes, they move up a little and down. It's like, yeah, that.
But they didn't know
You're
that.
talking about us. You're gonna tell him that there's people from Biotechnica coming after us for some unknown reason, and the doctor's not gonna figure something out?
Maybe he thought you were just a friend.
But you say she's just a friend.
Dion, you do know they mentioned you, Tess, and your 4 other friends in that
Oh,
audio
okay.
file. You're just like gaslighting her now.
It could have been any test.
You say he's just. I'm so fucking sorry. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry.
It's like, so we definitely, and then I think Doc, this is significant for you. It's like, so we definitely need to find the other 3, right? She says to Dion.
I guess.
Yeah. And
You think
Dion,
that-
you know it is actually 3 other friends.
Mhm.
Sorry, what'd you say, Dan?
They have people coming after them as well.
Maybe if they found him. I mean, the reason they found me is I'm probably the worst at hiding.
Well, we may know some people who can help you with that, if it comes
That's
to
why
it.
I'm here. They know who I am and who Dion is now, so I figured the place with the most number of people with guns is safer than hiding in an apartment.
I suppose you are correct. But then if our remaining 3 friends are better at hiding than the 2 of you, any idea how we can find them?
Tess kind of shrugs. It's like, I mean, we know kind of where they'd probably hide just because we know them better. Gesturing to Dion, it's like, and she sort of like goes through this list of names. Is like, Sakura is probably going to be around some kind of engineering thing. That's just what she was good at. Uh, Chad, we just have to find Chad. It's the kind of person that they're better at hiding, but they're gonna stick out if you know what to look for, I guess.
God, his name is
Uh,
Chad.
their name is Chad
Their
specifically.
name is Chad. I hate
Yep.
it. I hate their name.
And then it's like, and Ben, well, I'm not sure how Ben is hiding. He's probably hiding pretty well, but he also normally sticks out pretty good. But so yeah, you, Dion, would also maybe have some better chance of finding them just for being better at researching. But you don't know how you would find them specifically. Other than that, those are like the vague indicators. Dan, how dare you?
Valid question.
Purple, that was.
Well,
I'm sorry, I'm distracting you from important roleplay moments. Go ahead, continue.
yeah. Well, if you have an idea of where they might be, perhaps Senora Lindsay may be able to assist us in a secure line of communication. What do you think?
You definitely see her face for a second. Oh, Lynx, the hacker one. Yeah, okay. Like she has no idea the word you just used. For
Literally
Senora.
just Italian.
Yeah, but she has lived in a medical facility her whole life. Does not know
Stop
even a
judging
little
Doc, you
Italian.
piece of shit. Damn, dude.
It very much took her like a Latin root. Yeah, okay.
Fucking
Anyways,
nerd.
it's like, yeah, maybe. I mean, that's gonna depend on how much all of them are connected to any sort of digital contact. I mean, I probably got found because I tried to make a fake online persona to cover, and that was probably a bad idea. Dion, you're
Yeah,
like, that
probably.
was a bad idea. You're like, not even probably. It's like, this is how I found you. Yeah.
Oh, were you horny posting on your alt account? That's a bad idea. You can't,
You would know.
can't afford to do that. It's not how it works. That's why I just horny post.
Every
on
account
main.
is an alt account because your sense of self is a illusion.
That's
Anyways,
why I just horny post on main. You just gotta, just fucking 6 p.m. on Twitter on a Tuesday. Fuck it.
Did Tess have
You
a
mean-
Tess have a pick room?
yeah.
I hate it. She has a K-pop stan account.
Yeah, I mean, so chat helped named this forever ago, but Technique is the cyberpunk social media, spelled
Actually, fuck with that.
TECHIQ,
I actually kind of fuck with that. That's actually pretty cool.
Alright.
Pretty brandable.
THNIQ, Technique.
I fuck with that.
So yeah, she definitely had that account just under a fake name, and she was like modifying her face on it and everything, and
Oh,
giving
she
a
a
different
Swiftie?
address than where she lived.
Tell me she wasn't a Swiftie.
I don't know what that means.
It's a Taylor Swift fan.
No.
Okay,
What?
God. Listen,
Why?
I had to ask. I just had to ask, okay?
What implies that? Taylor
I don't
Swift
know,
probably
I
isn't
just
alive
asked!
at this point.
Yeah.
I was scared. I had to be
Although it's
concerned.
only-
artist.
It's only like 22 years in the future, though, so probably.
Listen, there's
She's
definitely a
around, just
couple
not-
people in the. Oh shit! I think I'm angry Sir Hank. Oh no.
Meanwhile, half our audience just leaves.
Oh no.
Alienated them.
I'm alienating our audience, guys. I'm sorry. Continue. This isn't even my scene. I'm so
The
sorry.
power of Swift, apparently.
It's not even my scene, guys. Go ahead, have fun.
It's like, but yeah, we can if we can
Audience
find them and
view.
talk to them, we can maybe at least warn them what's coming, and that might be enough. Give us some time to. I don't know how to deal with this sort of thing.
I don't think any of us do. Well, I look. I look at Dion and said, "Maybe you might." What do you think?
I'll see what I can do. I don't know if there's a whole lot else.
Well, I would say just your familiarity with media is there's basically only two ways that a like high-level executive gets no longer to be a problem. It's either someone assassinates them, just straight up shoot them in the head, or, and this is a little more possible with Biotechnica, you get them in trouble for some serious shit, and you think if you can prove that this guy experimented on the, five of you, that you're probably gonna get put away for a while. Like Biotechnica will probably remove him from all sorts of power, and there's still enough law and police force that he will go to jail if his company throws him under the bus for it.
Sorry, I was thinking about looking for the other side when I said that.
Oh yeah, you just have to go look for rumors and stuff.
Yeah.
That's just vaguely your deal.
Mm.
But they were talking about how does one deal with this problem.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll see what I can do to get him on Biotechnica's bad side.
Is it time for a bit more domestic terrorism?
It may help that we know an up-and-coming politician.
I'm a coming politician and domestic terrorist.
No one needs to know about that other part.
I'm sorry.
I would say allegedly. but you
Everyone
just
who is at
announced
that
it.
night market.
Just the phrasing up and coming domestic terrorist. It's just.
In Minecraft, just to be sure, in game, my character.
We
his
can't say
character,
in Minecraft anymore.
Twitch.
They're on to us, guys.
I mean, we can just say that the game that we're in.
Yeah, in game, guys. In
Yeah.
game. Anyways.
In RuneScape.
I'm sorry, the concept of someone role-playing that in RuneScape is just ridiculous. I
Okay.
can't.
I'm good. I'm so good.
In Roblox, says Sir Heck.
Oh, okay.
Ha!
Oh no.
In GTA
In
roleplay.
Dragon Quest.
Yo, if we could ever get all of us on a server, we should do some Neon Lights GTA RP. I would fucking
Yeah.
die. Like, please. Anyway, I'm sorry. Remaining in game. Tate, take it away. Do the thing you do.
What were we talking about again?
Yeah, you were talking about how does one deal with a guy and basically get Biotechnica to at least provably be like, oh yeah, he did these things. That's the thing. Again, Dion, you don't have evidence he did that. This is just the dude who's coming after you and the other people who were part of this experiment. So you're like, there's no way it's not, but you just don't know. You don't know where you look to prove this sort of thing.
Is this?
Hmm?
Oh, I was gonna say, is this an invitation to start looking?
Yeah. I mean, if there's any questions you have about what Dion already knows, we could definitely dig into that.
Yeah, I guess Dion doesn't, or does Dion know him like by name or by
You'd know that the name he announced himself by,
Mhm.
again, Antonio Matias Ronaldo. You definitely know there is a Antonio something that sounds like Matias that works at Biotechnica, because you got it from a bunch of drunk guys and I couldn't remember the name. Who is a higher up executive who definitely is maybe a little more underhanded, but is rising the ranks because it's not provable.
And we don't know what he looks like, right?
Nope.
But we know what the executives from the facility look like, right?
You met a lot of white coat people, like a lot of basic scientists, but you didn't really see. You wouldn't be able to identify executives or not. I think if you thought about it, you could identify some of the people who were important.
Mm-hmm.
I think one thing you do remember about the facility is its location, and it's probably still there. You've just not gone back. It's in the middle of the dark zone of the like sort of black area that's still lightly irradiated.
Mm.
Hey, we can say hi to Spider.
All right. Dion says, "How would y'all feel about going to the dark zone?"
Sorry, hot zone is what it's officially
Hot
like,
zone.
but a lot of different names for it.
That's what it takes, huh?
You don't have to come.
Thinking about it, you're like, but we might need links or someone who can hack into stuff. 'Cause that's probably the biggest reason you wouldn't get information on your own and didn't go back is like, there's not going to be much there. Definitely the reason you escaped is the facility was not going to be run much anymore.
Mm.
There's probably not people there, so.
Dion is very prideful though.
Yeah, that's true. He doesn't have to say anything.
It's his way of.
Yeah, I'm not
it's his
telling you
way
what you have to do. I'm just telling you what you know. You
Yeah.
get to decide what you do.
Yeah, Dion. This is Dion's way of like not asking, but also asking.
I think
for-
Tess definitely
Mhm.
gives you the look of like, really? He's not gonna say anything though.
It's like anti-big.
She's giving you the judge look.
Okay, I won't.
I think you ended up being a little bit like, as much as maybe you don't think you have the personality for it, you were a little bit like the leader of this group as you escaped. So she's definitely sort of following your lead on this.
But if you want, it would probably help.
Sounds like there's going to be a very high risk going forward of you getting shot.
You say that about
Probably.
all of us, dude.
Increased likelihood of bullet impacts on all sides. Which means it might be good for you to have a doctor.
Yeah, probably.
But we'll need more than just the three of us if we want to do this. We may need to ask Lindsay for her assistance as well.
Yep, that would help. This is like pulling teeth.
Yeah, I guess.
Well, this is your mission, Signore Dion. I think you should be the one to ask her.
Bodied.
Dion makes a intensely like pained expression, almost like he's been shot. So,
Shot me.
Lynx,
emotionally.
You do have to call her.
Yeah,
You do have to call her. She's not in the room.
We're elsewhere,
some
friend.
room?
You may notice y'all
Yeah,
are here.
Lynx and Fox is in a
We're
completely
here.
different apartment.
Wait, I thought Lynx has been. Never mind.
Link's
He
got
rushed over here while Fox was in
got
the
dragged
shower.
over to to move all their shit.
Yeah.
All right. Dion dials Lynx's number with a pretty ghastly face.
Lynx picks up because Lynx does not have an agent, and Lynx does not also does not want an agent ever.
Wait, hold up. Hey, is Lynx's agent like a physical device? You don't have like a built-in one, right?
Lynx doesn't
She
have
has a
an
freaking
agent.
flip phone. She has a phone that you could not possibly put an agent
Oh, a
on.
flip phone. Okay, cool. I want to take it and answer instead.
You're just gonna yank it
Yep.
out, be like,
Yo,
Fox!
D, what up?
No. So, does Lynx want to fight this? Because I really like the idea of a contested role between you two.
Lynx is gonna like actually just hold on and yank it and just like try to like and like you can hear like Dion, you can hear like Lynx and,
Just to
and Fox
jostle back and
struggling over
forth.
this. It's really, like it's like damn it, Fox, give me the goddamn phone.
But it's D. I want to see what he's up to.
No,
it's
I
fine.
would be
I'll give
interested
up on it
in
eventually.
which.
After a couple seconds, I'll just be like,
Okay, so
"Fine,
you
whatever."
try. You just,
I'm gonna
okay,
do
yeah.
more punches and just start going back to throwing random punches at the in the air.
It's like, I will talk to you
Uriah
later.
literally cannot let you just do that, and immediately is like, no, 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 and like starts doing form stuff. You don't even have to ask her, will you train me? Because you've already kind of asked. The second you just start throwing out punches like you're in a kung fu movie, she's like, stop, and starts
Yes, actually,
starts
don't.
doing that.
So I'll
In
go
aside.
do that. You have fun. Go ahead.
All right.
Everybody
She
So
might have moved the boxes around so you'd have space to do this in the apartment. Just saying.
Lynx backs up a bit.
Anyways.
Is like, hello?
Hey, Lynx. When,
Sorry.
when was the last time you went on a road trip?
Excellent starting.
Well, probably when I was still working with the corpos. Why?
Well, I was just wondering how rad proof are you?
Dion, who the hell is Rad Proof? But if you're like, why are you asking?
Well, uh, hmm,
They're sitting in front of you like, can you? Wait, like she's trying to coach you forward.
I know.
And just saying, please come with me to Hot Zone. I need
Holding
to
up
do
the
some
card.
hacking. She's trying very hard. Like,
Wait, can Lynx actually like kind of like really
no,
hardly
she's.
try to
Sorry, what?
like Lynx has basically no human perception at all, but can Lynx try to like roll some kind of human perception to like just see if like
I would love if she rolled some human perception to try and figure out what he's
Nothing
saying.
would make me more happy.
just be like Lynx has no clue what's going on. It's just like 11.
I mean, there are worse
You are
rolls.
like sure he's asking you something about some kind of job mission.
Involves radiation.
And it's like,
You're sure it's in a hot zone because that's like the closest sorts of radiation that you can think of.
so Lynx should be like, you need some help in the hot zone?
Well, you've never seen
That's yeah.
the house where I grew up, have you?
This is so good.
I'm sorry, this is just really funny.
Should be like, no, but I can make some guesses that it was probably in the hot zone.
Yeah, and Dion's saying this like he's trying to convince her that it's like a mutually beneficial. See, I just was wondering if you wanted to see some technology you might have not seen before
And
in
like
the hot zone.
Lynx is just gonna be like, Lynx does not is like Lynx is just like, okay, if we're going to the hot zone, like I might have a friend who's also in there, but also you sure you don't want FoX in on this?
You're going to the hot zone?
You hear just a muffled shit. Oh yeah, and Dion doesn't know enough about technology to like really understand that there's a big difference that like this technology probably wouldn't be as interesting to Lynx as it would be to like Huck. So he's still trying to convince her it's like but he says,
I mean, Dion doesn't know there isn't some cool cyber bullshit here. He doesn't know.
that's true. Yeah, I guess it would help if he came too.
Lynx is just gonna look and be like, hey Kit,
Nah,
sounds like we might have a job.
a paying job or like a boring job?
Dion, please tell me we can get some money off of this, off of whatever the heck we're going.
That depends on a few things. If there's anything left, and how good Fox is at fixing things.
You mean me? And okay, well, Lynx is gonna be like, that's a maybe.
I don't like maybes on payment, but I'm
Also,
assuming
it's for
it's
D.
Dion or somebody.
It's for D, and Lynx is gonna be like, like, this is for you, right?
Well, kind of, but I mean, it's for me.
Like,
Yeah.
Lynx
Fox.
should be like, all right, you could have just started with that.
Dion's very bad at asking for favors.
Alex just like, okay, like Dion, let me be straight with you. You're basically like another nephew, so just you need anything, just ask for. Like you don't have to go around in a circle for this.
That's so sweet.
All right. Here's what's going on.
All
Some
right,
people are after us from
us,
Biotechnica.
Biotechnica. All right, I can see another corpo being kind of shitty. All right, anything else?
Well, they say that they won't stop sending people unless me and Tess turn ourselves in.
Biotechnica as a whole, or you got beef with just one person?
No clue.
Huh. All right. FoX, looks like we got some more people after us.
Oh God, how long is the list getting?
Well,
Hey, most
if
of
we
that's
include
you.
yours, if we include your list, probably longer than the Nile River,
All right.
or what's
Fine.
left of it.
Fine. One, does that still exist? Two, not important right now. Okay, fine. What's
Definitely.
It's like, all right, where do you want to meet us up? Meet up.
Well, we're at the cafe right now. How close are you?
It's like it's still in the apartment. I got a few things that we should probably also talk about since I've got a contact in the hot zone that also has a mission for us.
Wait, you're adopting
One that
somebody
pays a
else?
lot.
Look, and you can like Dion can probably hear this through his agent,
It's
and
like
it's
a
like
little
blaring.
faded. Look.
It's like, look, I know I have an issue, but it's
We'll talk about this
horrible,
later. Doesn't matter.
and
All right, fine, whatever. We'll meet them at Neon Lights. I have one critically important condition if I'm gonna get off my ass and go do this shit for you, though, D. And I hope you can hear me over there, okay? This is critically important. This weekend, and I mean no sooner, no later, you come over and you play video games with me.
Yes.
Dion groans very loudly.
like
Kind of like it feels like a visceral like pain in his chest from saying this. All right.
he said yes.
All right, I'm in.
FoX is in. We'll head over. And Lynx is just gonna like also be like, just you can hear like Lynx like as she's like putting down the phone, going like, look, they made it a G. Remember that fly that we caught? Is the guy who made it is fucking genius and has a factory.
Fox
And
like
then the
scrambles,
line
just like
clicks.
scrambles over. Just, I'm sorry, you
The
didn't
line
mention this?
clicks.
Factory?
Well, it's it might be connected to our other problem because it seems someone has.
Fox is
And-
like
and Lynx-
directly in Lynx's face, as in, it's just like, factories build robots.
And he's already used it to build some really cool drones. But the job that he gave us is that somebody has turned it off.
Oh, whatever you're saying is lost. Fox is just like he's like he's just been thinking about the whole factory thing for a bit. Like whatever you said, just he's.
He's thinking about sitting on the shoulder of a Gundam.
Yeah, he's just like Fox is seeing himself on the shoulder of a giant robot, just like with a whole legion of robots marching down the streets of Night City. He's just like,
Like seeing this face just goes, all right. And then she's gonna turn over to Mariah since like Mariah is
See,
like
she's competent.
like
Talk to her.
okay, this is we're not. This is I guess an us problem, but do you want in?
Hmm. Well, I probably should make sure Fox is still breathing by the end of it. So if you would like me to, I can.
All right, and
There's
Lynx is
other
gonna
things that need to get done, but
yeah. So Lynx is gonna send like a quick message to Dion, be like, we have some very competent backup too, if you're okay.
Yeah, come along. I gotta have some lessons from my new sensei. It's super important to my training.
It's like
I'm on a spiritual journey right now. Don't worry about it.
just just send that message over and just be like, it's Fox's cousin, by the way.
Just outing my fucking business to everybody. God damn! What if I didn't want them to know that?
Well, too bad.
You're lucky
you
for
didn't
that.
tell
so I
Lynx that you don't
now-
want her to know that.
Now technically,
You could tell you.
Now technically, I don't know you sent that message, so
I
I didn't
mean,
see it
like-
happen. So
Okay, I will amend. It's like it's that nice girl Fox brought back from
that narrows
Yesterday.
it down.
Okay. How Well, never mind. Just
I think
let me
Dion
know what you
remembers
can do.
probably remembers her ability from fighting yesterday, but
Mhm.
Lynx doesn't know. Lynx just knows that.
I mean,
Just
all
know-
Dion knows is that he walked out and there were like 4 dead people already, and Fox definitely only shot 1 bullet, and she was standing in the middle of them. So
Dion does remember her, but right now Dion feels like he just fought like a 4-round boxing match.
yeah, he's like, yeah, sure, whatever.
You did
All
good,
right.
kid. I'm proud of you.
guess what? Lynx
Feels
is
like-
gonna
Out of breath.
load up some nice stuff because it's like Lynx is gonna be like, do you need me to bring my tech scanner and all the everything?
Yeah, just bring.
Why do you ask that question?
Stuff.
Do you go anywhere
Bring
without it?
I just got it, damn it!
Exactly.
We're going.
Just bring stuff you need for doing things. And Dion says thanks and hangs up.
Yeah.
Just
Tess has been giggling pretty heavily while you're like trying so hard, and it's been going well. She doesn't hear the other side of the conversation. When you're done, she's like, "That was really good. I'm very proud of you. That was good."
you done
You're
been
the two
lost.
awkward people trying to have a conversation.
Well, because Tess is extremely familiar with just Dion's whole deal, and is like, "That was a lot of progress. You asked someone, and it's important that you do that." Like she's trying to be very supportive and encourage positive behavior.
All right, so Lynx is gonna like head into her room and just like pick up all of this shit, like program, cyber deck, new body weight suit, camo gear, tech scanner, just everything. And be like, all right, we're going to the hot zone.
Just throw it
Need
in
to
the
be
car.
prepped. You can see her like flex her fingers and like some like Wolvers pop out and be like, all right, I can deal with this.
Oh, those are pretty. You got those done recently?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got them at the night market.
That my nails did.
Sharp. Yeah, Fox will kind of like let out his own kind of like scratches, just like, no, I think these are more my style anyway. I did, however, grab a couple of upgrades though, and you'll notice like his cyber eye kind of wore a bit, just like a little bit better at seeing things, and he'll like lift his mouth a bit, and like his already kind of sharpened fangs just grow a little bit, just a little bit longer, just, and then he'll kind of just like lower them back down, and it's like standard issue. Pick up some new hardware too, and you'll see him come back out with his standard pistol, which notice looks a little bit bigger caliber than the last time you saw it, much bigger barrel, on like kind of like in and tucked in his waistband, and also has like an SMG kind of tucked like with a strap under his shoulder, just in case.
You can see Lynx like has like a new cyber deck and just Patson's like, got a new baby.
Are you bringing the sword?
Yes, of
Bring
course.
the
when am I not
goddamn
bringing the
sword!
goddamn sword? Like you can see like this big, large like doll. It's a type of like Chinese sword, right? Like so, single edged, right? Like it's large.
It's
Definitely a
Lord's-
heavy weapon.
It's the Lord's sword.
So ready to go.
All right, let's get out of here. Load up, kiddos, and then Fox will just head down to the garage, start the car up, make sure everything's functional, turn the music up entirely too loud as usual, and
God damn it, Fox!
you know how I ride, woman, and
Like,
just start
really pull
making
out
his way down
earplugs.
in neon lights.
Yeah, it's a pretty safe drive for you at this point. I think you do see Mariah sitting in like the back seat, I assume, just head on a swivel. If you ask, she doesn't see anything quite yet, but
Good. I appreciate somebody who keeps their eyes up. I respect that. So yeah, we're just gonna slide on down and make our way. You know, what's going on? How's everybody feeling? We'll pull up. You guys will probably definitely hear the music coming before you hear the aggressively loud engine. You know, and then you'll park. You'll definitely know it's me before I even get there by just like the tone of music you'll hear. And I'll just I'll hop out. Probably honestly, yeah, I'll probably I'll cut the engine, but probably leave the music going because honestly, who gives a fuck really like that? And I'll hop out, lock the doors, and we'll just walk in the cafe, see my peoples. Hero, what it do? Yeah, come on over, grab a quick spot. Just like real nice spread. What's good, boys? How we been?
I've been
A
better.
little bit more sedately.
It's been a long night and morning.
What happened to you guys? Because Lynx was not there.
Yeah, I meant to mention that, and we kind of talked about it. Remember that whole mess I was saying that kind of led to me meeting, Thumbs at Mariah?
You
Yeah.
mentioned a mess?
Yeah,
You kind of just like.
yeah. Sorry, it was a long story. Anyway, D, break it down.
Well, hold on. Did we clean up Jeremy?
he was mostly metal bits at that point. That's not a lot you need
Yeah,
to clean up.
I think he's.
Did we
Also,
throw
he's
him?
in Doc's. He's also in Doc's office, not here in the cafe.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Thanks for that.
You didn't let me shoot his friend. By the way, I wanted to shoot his friend.
He at least died in the space dock that you already have to basically clean up after you surgery on someone, so it's a convenient place to have to mop up people juice.
That's
People
true.
juice.
It's basically what he ended up being, is he just kind of got melted, and you're a doctor who's used to some gross shit, and that was still a little like,
Person soup.
Mhm.
Well,
Fucking flesh
How well-
chowder.
how well do you remember that? What was his name? Geronimo?
Jeremy.
Fucking
Jason?
Joseph? I don't know, man. The
there
weirdo
was
with
a
fucking
guy-
jaw you knocks always.
I love
Ah.
that Dion doesn't know, because it's just very good of like, yeah, that was just Tuesday, man. And this guy's like, it changed my life.
You changed everything for me. I don't even know who you
Yeah.
are.
Leon,
The day I punched your jaw off was the most significant day of your entire life, but for me, it was Tuesday.
Guy who had the metal jaw that I made it easier to put on.
stealthily punched.
He didn't have the metal jaw before you met him, to be clear.
He had a regular old jaw.
I made it. Well, you remember that guy that I made? I cleared some room for a metal jaw on his face.
Like
You
Fox,
punched out a
no,
lot of
Fox actually
guys.
laughs at that. Fox is just like,
I was like, is this the guy? When Daniel was like running back with the motorcycle and the supply problem. That guy specifically, because you punched out a lot of guys.
Yeah, that guy. I've only seen him once or twice before. He hasn't seen me, but seems like he wasn't too fond of me, and seems like he went to some pretty dangerous people so he could do some kind of revenge, I guess. Now he's pretty similar to like a Chowder.
like a fleshy,
Chow?
like a flesh chowder, you would say. Like
Consistency of a shampoo,
Cartoon
probably.
character.
Okay.
It's like-
a
He's-
solid human bisque, you would say, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know if you.
Chowder-
Chowder's not a
I'm
bad
gonna guess.
comparison.
I'm gonna guess this is not from any of you guys, and
Listen, my
was
gun ain't
a
that powerful, all right.
standard or
Yet
not so
we're getting there.
No,
This
he
isn't-
kind of. Oh,
so unstandard corporation. Failed.
yeah, he kind of melted, which is kind of out of the ordinary. Oh, and he had a speaker in his head, ribcage.
Ed.
Oh.
Jaw mostly, but
Fox is just like chest speaker though.
Lynx
I
is
mean,
gonna, like,
I
look
remember, but
to-
Dion doesn't really.
to Doc
Would
and
make
be
house
like,
parties
Yeah.
that much easier.
I am the sound system.
Just walk around the
Alright,
party.
All right, get to the point, Dion. Like,
Sorry, I'm wandering. Go ahead.
Hey, Huck, you don't think you could just give her a crash course?
On what? Chess speakers?
No,
I think Tess is just not having this. Is like, okay, you've already done a lot today for you, so we were experimented on. It was not pleasant. She just takes her glove off, and it's basically like the scratchers that that Fox has, but like they're natural, and it's a little unsettling. Her hands don't look quite the right shape, and then she puts it back on. It was a whole deal, and we think the people who did that are trying to collect me, Dion, 3 of our friends.
Okay. Hold
It's
up.
not great.
Real quick. That was cool. Point to D. Can you do that?
They did different things to all of us, and
Okay,
I'm
so
not
what,
here to tell.
What can
Dion.
you do? Do you have like what do you got on? You got like
Lynx,
fucking
Lynx is just gonna smack Fox across the back of his head and be like,
he could have like he could spit poison acid for all we know, and that's an important asset to our team, and I think we should know that. I don't know why you're hating me for that.
"It's called tact. I thought we talked about this when we were 7."
Okay. Whatever.
You'll see one day.
All right, fine.
I feel-
I'm satisfied with that curiosity. Whatever the case, so we're going in the hot zone to get, I'm guessing, the rest of you. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. My Discord froze. Discord? Are we okay? What happened? What's going on, guys? I don't know what's happening. I'm so afraid. All right, what if I just stop? What if I close this? What if I wait.
What
I'm
happened?
back. I'm back. What the fuck just happened? Did it,
I don't know, but
Was
you,
it Discord?
Michelle, and Dan all died at
I
the
think it
same
was
time.
Discord. Discord just exploded.
Holy crap. Okay,
Holy shit. That was
Back-
horrifying. Like everybody just stopped moving and I was like, wait, am I in the null zone? What's going on? Like,
I mean, like, it wasn't even like my internet this time, or anyone's internet this time. It just kind of like went
I think
disconnect.
Discord just
disconnect,
exploded.
disconnect.
Okay, wait, it's okay. I think we're all okay.
Stream paused too, though.
No,
The stream
stream's
paused
fine.
too.
Yeah, no, stream's fine. Stream's okay.
Wait, was that not just me?
Lol.
Stream's still
Yeah, it was
live.
Dan, Fox, and Michelle all at the same time.
Yeah, stream never went down. Stream was there. Stream was there with me the whole time. That's okay. Stream was there for me the whole time to help me process that. Thank you, chat, for helping me not have to be alone in that integral and terrifying moment. I thought I like briefly.
I forgot you were stream managing, and I was like, oh, it's just me and Joe on stream. Wait, hold on.
I legitimately thought like I had briefly transplanted realities into the null zone and everything but me was frozen. I was like, oh no. I was like, is stream gone? Is Discord gone? What's happening? It's okay.
I was expecting Joe's to go out because I thought for a second the whole East Coast just internet went out or something.
I saw Kit and
for
Land
for a
disappear.
brief minute, Tate thought the nuke hit. He thought the Koreans had gone and done it. It's just the nukes had hit, and that was it for the entire Eastern
More
Seaboard.
than just fantasy.
I was like, is it gonna be me or Tate? Which one of us?
Okay. Well.
Oh, fuck.
Let's.
Wait, hold on. It's 150. You know what? Let's just take a break
Back.
right here. But we'll finish
That was
the
actually a
scene.
good time for a break.
Let's finish the scene. So Fox is recognizing that he's the reason we're going to the hot zone is to, I guess, rescue the rest of you, pointing at Dion and Tess.
Not really
No.
rescue.
The place that we used to live still is there, and we
Uh-huh.
can maybe get some information on who did that. 2, maybe we can just steal a bunch of that old tech if they... I mean, we left in a hurry while the whole place was kind of being abandoned, so there's
Oh,
probably
yeah.
still stuff there.
We could.
So we can maybe
definitely-
sell that? But at least it'll be ammo to take out the guy who's sending psychopaths that melt after us. Melt? Like, you hadn't shared that detail until now, and Tess is like, it took her a second. Wait, melt? The consistency of chowder? Hold on.
These guys melting people. Wait, melting people? Excuse me?
Would you like to take
Oh.
a
None of us do acid, so that's new on me.
Yeah, Dion, Dion's very tired. He has like a kind of bloodshot look in his eye. And he
It's like, you're
walks
fine.
over to
Like,
Foxy,
it's fine.
grabs him by the collar, and says, "If you do this right, you can get real fox ears." And
Yeah,
sits back down.
that's a thing that already exists. I don't know that Dion knows that, but that's a thing that he could already do because exotic like body sculpting exists.
No,
But
you can
like,
throw them out of your head.
Fox just sits very, very tightly and just you could just very, very intently considers throwing a solid punch at Dion's chest. But he's just like
Lynx, seeing Dion looking quite the, how do we put it? Wild-eyed, is going to go over
harangued.
to the kitchen, mix up an unholy mix of like all the caffeine packets she can find and like some aren't like some kind of juice, right? Like a little bit of alcohol, just like some kind of like weird energy drink, and just be like and just plunk it down in front of Dion and be like, "All right, drink this first. We're
all right, so
Do I have
right
to do a
before
drug resist roll?
Actually, I would like. Yeah, just because it's very funny. Lynx, roll me. I'm gonna say first aid. Roll some first aid
Oh no.
on how you make this thing.
Oh no.
first aid." Okay.
While that's happening,
Wait, but with a
You can
plus
think of
2,
another skill.
so
so it's 21 because of tech scatter.
While these goofy
Yeah, that's the only thing. She makes it real good, real
Okay,
good,
nice.
real good drink.
Awesome. So yeah, while Dion's getting recaffeinated, Fox is kind of just kind of thinking a bit, just like, yeah, we could definitely find some uses for that old tech, or at least the information on it. Yeah, I've got some ideas.
What's
Uh,
the
in a,
market like
in a
the
similar,
city?
in almost like I will say that, and Fox does kind of like it's kind of like again like looking off into space for a bit, seemingly lost in thought. And I will say, although we're not talking about robots anymore, the look to Lynx is almost a direct replica of the look from this morning when I was thinking about the robots. Just he's clearly lost in some kind of thought right now. Just
Now, I would like probably Fox just because you are interested in it, but then Doc and Lynx, roll me concentration if you could
Okay.
for remembering a thing. It's not an education thing. It's just like a detail in the world that you might remember that's not well known.
That's the wrong table. I need my actual thing with my character sheet on it.
14? Okay.
Give me a second. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Concentration is that one right there. Well, blow. That's a 15. But that ass.
I got
It's under the awareness skills,
I
Dan.
got it.
It should be like the very first one under that.
Ah,
I was just looking at it and it actually says memory in the detailed description. I'm like, aha. Okay, you guys all got around the same amount. And Fox, just because you are maybe more interested in this subject, you've been thinking, oh no, Dion doesn't roll for this.
Oh, okay.
Because you were probably in the facility when this happened, but you three are thinking about it. And it was before Fox that you ended up going to jail, so it was not something you missed, and it's kind of a long time ago at this point, and you're like, now hold on. Biotechnica is kind of tangentially related to Snake Miner. Before he became this mayor, he was a lower level politician who basically was like their liaison. He got them into Night City. So, dirt on them, maybe you could swing it. Could be. It'd be hard to prove.
That's helpful information. Yeah, I got. I think this day is starting to become a lot more worth my time than I thought it was today. Thanks for having us meet here, D. Yeah, we're absolutely gonna head into the hot zone, guys. If we're all, you guys feel free to finish your drinks and get loaded up. If y'all need anything in the city, any gear or anything, we can definitely stop by and grab it before we head out. I got the car. We got enough space in. We can lap it up if we have to. It's all good. Yeah, so we're definitely gonna take care of that. There is one thing I want to take care of real quick before we head out, though. So y'all go ahead and finish up. You load up in the car. Meet me in the car at the car when y'all are ready. All right. And Fox is gonna start heading towards the door. And y'all can, if there's anything y'all want to still do, as y'all kind of sit and finish recaffeinating / prepping or drinking, that's fine. But just so that we're aware, is it play to DM thing. Fox is. I guess I'm kind of leveraging my my operator trait here. Give me 1 second to pull up the
Your fixer
movable
trait?
ability. My fixer ability. Because one of the parts of my fixer ability is a mention of what kinds of my regular clientele.
Yeah.
So let me. What is it? Tales from the Street? No. Soul in the Machine. Rolls. Here we go. Or is it? No. Oh wait. Roll bit is left. Fit for the future. I can't find it. Oh wait, it's getting it done. Okay, I found it. Roll abilities.
Okay.
And
You're at 5, right?
Yep, I'm at 5. So okay, sorry, I got this. Okay, perfect. So yeah, I would like to see if I could leverage my. Actually, I even got this at 1 rank lower. I want to leverage my sort of my regular clientele to see if I have a person I could call amongst my people I regularly sell or operate with, who would be a high level. They don't have to be an exec, but maybe a researcher or scientist operating in a high level corporation that either is in Biotechnica or in a company that does similar work. I just want someone high up who does sciencey stuff around biotech and stuff, preferably human biotech.
Okay. Well, like, human biotech is a very weird subject where actually modifying someone's genetics, even in Night City, super illegal.
Oh
like,
yeah, well, I mean,
100% illegal.
I guess I don't necessarily need someone who works in that. I just need someone who FoX would say,
Who
if I had some
knows
information
enough.
on this, would know about this.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'm saying this to you, and you guys can know this player is fine, but I am deliberately doing this after I walk away to make sure that specifically Dion and Tess don't hear this conversation.
Okay.
Because FoX has some plans.
So I'm going to debate. Yeah, we're gonna roll a luck roll. Just your roll plus the maximum number of or the number of points you have, which should be maximum because you haven't used any yet.
Be a 7 then for me. Or is it 8 actually?
I'm gonna say, just as our like Twitch stream mechanics, that if you have a +1 as well, that counts as an additional luck point for this kind of roll.
Nice.
It's not gonna happen all that often, but
cool.
Just because I'm thinking about it.
That's a 9 plus 7. It's 16.
16's pretty good. You do know 1 or 2 people in Biotechnica that are your clients. They are, you would say, not execs technically, in that they don't really have like a team behind them and they're not about the operations of the business, but you've done some business with the people who actually make stuff. In fact, I think you've been working with someone who is trying to recreate some of the like narcotics that have gone extinct.
Cool. Yeah, all right. Yeah.
They kind of looked you out because they're, hey, this is a person who deals like weed and stuff, and I am interested in that. Otherwise, I wouldn't be making this. And it's someone that you've had conversations with. As soon as he has this done, you're ready to distribute whatever he makes.
Perfect.
He's probably like tested 1 or 2 things on some willing participants that didn't quite work.
Perfect. That's fine. I need a little less morality for this. Don't worry, it's all good. That's all right. That's
I do not have a name under chat right now.
We can deal with all that later. That's fine. Because like I think it's a good time anyway. First, like kind of cutscene here if you're feeling that. Unless if there's anything y'all want to do to take it away, that's all I'm gonna do. So FoX can just wait by the car while y'all handle whatever. That's the end of my scene.
Okay. Lynx is gonna drop a quick line to Oryx since his node is in the and just mention both D and Tweedledee and Spider situations, and a little bit of it like just like a quick question on like thoughts, right? And like advice.
Yeah.
Because she doesn't want to initiate anything like on like without any sort of like
Yeah. You drop a note and it's almost like instantly a recording of him. It's like, hi, this is echo of my conscience. I'm just here to say, yeah, I got the message, and I'll be here to actually answer the question. First thoughts, thank you for asking me before you really said anything. And you recognize this is basically the equivalent to like an agent, but kind of a direct copy of him in a limited capacity, and that's definitely a little odd considering, but he's an AI, so.
I was like, hey, big bro, just, dropping a line. What are your thoughts? Let me know.
But yeah, that's most of the interaction you get. They are kind of limited in their responses because it's not really.
Right.
Anyways, is there anything else before we end the scene and go on break?
Yeah. Dion is sitting pretty still now. His knees are up by his chin. and
Just fetal position.
he's mumbling to himself. And
Oops.
Mhm,
I don't
Too
even
much
think
caffeine.
Leon really knows what he's saying,
mhm.
but
Oops.
he's
Tessa's concerned, but if this is the kind of thing that Dion normally does when he's stressed, she won't be like too concerned. But if this is new, she's gonna be a little like, ah.
Okay. Don't lose it on me now, kiddo.
she might have seen him. The only other time she might have seen him do it is back at the facility.
Yeah. So if it's that, she's concerned, but not like he's broken concerned. More like she understands exactly how stressed you are about this situation.
Mhm.
Anyways, anything else, or should we go on break real quick? Doc.
Doc is just loading up on all his usual supplies, so his gun, his med scanner, his med tech bag, because someone's gonna have to keep all these folks alive.
Alrighty.
All right. So we're gonna be right back
We
after
will be.
these messages. Why did I say that? Anyways.
I mean, there might be an ad break during the
Yeah,
break. Who knows?
during the
Anyway,
break.
point being, we'll be back in a little bit. We love you guys very much. Thanks for hanging out and for dealing with the scuffed tech issues we keep having. That's fine. We love you. Thank you for being here, and we'll see you in like 10 or so minutes. Bye bye. Cutting
Hey,
back
Fox,
in,
you
by
know
the
this
way.
guy?
We just
No.
cold cut back in, by the way.
Oh, okay. Yep. Hi, chat. How's it going? Welcome to Neon Night City Lights, the show where we talk about the only way you can get into your computer is Foxy has to know who you are.
Fox factor authentication. You gotta get your FFA going. Just know. All I'm saying is we had to talk during the break, us as players. We've established that phase 1 of FFA has officially begun. Nothing more will be said about that.
We've established
nothing more.
Yeah, we established we're not
And
saying
the
anything
walk
else.
to the movie Midsummer.
That's what I'm saying. We
saying
established that we're
more.
not going to say anything else about that.
Yeah, nothing more will be said about this. That's it. Just phase 1 of FFA has begun. I'll say it in chat,
Oh boy.
and that's it. That's all I'm saying. Moving on. Anyway, Tate, bring us back in.
All right. What happened before the break is that you guys are going to go into the hot zone to go back to the facility that both Dion and Tess have been used to live in and were experimented on. And Dion doesn't look happy about that. I think everyone else in the room can definitely tell that Tess is holding it together a bit better, but like
As expected.
not a lot. Like she's definitely irritated in a way that you think maybe expresses on her as being concerned for other people. Like she is definitely not doing well, and she's extremely like hovering over Dion to make sure he's okay. But also, it's just some details because we didn't get into it. The facility is in the old med center on this side, if you can see the map. So far side of the hot zone from where you're at. The most irradiated places. Most of the hot zone is not so irradiated that you'll actively start getting hurt here. And there have been some efforts to like scrub radiation off of this area. It's weird to say, but a small nuke. So you'll probably be fine there, but there's definitely going to be some pockets, especially in places that are harder to get to, especially ones that aren't like shielded from radiation. So you might find it. Also, if you went to the old Arasaka building where this happened, it'd be still hella irradiated.
Oh, hey,
Like that's just the spot thing.
Hey, can we DM Fiat this one of two ways if you want? Where is either Fox had the genius idea, and or if he didn't, that Lynx hit him in the back of the head and said it'd be a smart idea for them to stop while they're on their way and grab maybe a couple of rad masks and he just have them in the car, just to save us the time of having to go do that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you would have known that
Like,
on your
no
way
knowledge,
to Night
right.
City, but I think it's more likely you would find a place to get that between here and the old med center.
Oh, fair enough. Well, yeah, just like I wanted to mention we just had time to do that. I don't want to take too much time for it, but like if we're going into the hot zone, we're gonna want to have some rad masks just in case some shit gets wild. Other than that, yeah, I'm still by the car right now, just waiting on y'all to come on out, and we were ready to get moving. I'm all.
Did Fox Did you want to have Fox play out that conversation with this?
If you want, real quick, yeah, we can keep pretty fast.
Technica guy?
Yeah. I mean, we don't gotta worry about
so-
names. Names aren't important. I don't care about it. I don't care about his name. He knows who I am.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna call him up real quick.
If Chat wants to come up with a name, I'm gonna let the whole session ride, and if I don't get a good one by the end of session, I'm gonna
we'll figure it out.
just come up with one. Anyways, so
Dan,
you call
stop.
up this guy. I'm not accepting funny names from my players if they are
Stop.
jokes, except
Oh, wait,
at the end of the session, I will definitely allow those if we don't get something good from chat.
The character.
We
Go
will
ahead.
see.
So yeah, Fox is just outside. He's got a cigar lit. Just kind of going, just like hanging out.
Mm-hmm.
Just like Kat. And like obviously, I guess Kat's literally in my brain, so it's not like she can't read my thoughts. So like she knows what I've been thinking. Just like
Definitely, these agents are designed not to do that, but you can easily share what you want to at any given time.
yeah,
Like,
probably
even
have
during
that
the conversation, you don't have to
publicly
tell
with her,
me
just
what
like-
she knows.
Yeah, just like
Yeah.
Kat, I know some biotech guys who might be able to do some fun hacking chopping if I think. Give one of them a call for me real quick. I don't care much.
You actually have a pause for her response, which seems odd to you, until she's like, I've calculated the best possible use for this situation. And she gets you a call. It's one that is definitely labeled like, I think it's just labeled secret/subtlety, because this is a guy who's a little higher up who can't have the fact that he is working with a drug dealer known. And you also know that, yeah, he's going to use fake name. Like, he's not going to ever refer to your real name and just picks a random one every time.
Of course.
So when you call, he's just like, hey, Joey, what's up?
What's going on, friend? How you been?
Doing all right. Working on some interesting plant life today. It's gotta tell you, ferns are not fun to deal with. Their genetics are all fiddly. They collapse for no
Fascinating.
reason.
Listen, I'm just wondering if you're, I don't know, not say, I don't know, open enough in your schedule to take on side projects sometime soon.
Yeah, okay. Side project. Side project. Probably. Is there gonna be some monetary benefit to this side project, or is it more of a is it more just an interesting one to try?
Is there never not monetary benefit involved when you're talking with me?
That's fair. That's fair.
All right then. Let's get to the important things. I can't give you too many details yet, mostly because I don't have them. But
Mhm.
I got some
Mhm.
people working on picking up some stuff. Old tech, important information, more importantly, most likely. What I need you to do is a little reverse engineering. Make sure you know how it works. More importantly, how whatever we get our hands on, happened. Most importantly,
Hmm.
though, and this is gonna make a lot more sense when you get your hands on it. I need you to be able to replicate it, or at least tell me how
Hey,
it's
there's no
done.
reason to. Yep, there's no reason not to try and replicate what you get. I get that.
Yeah,
We'll see what it is. Yeah, when you can get it to me, I'm definitely ready to give you my professional opinion. How about that?
perfection. I'll pay a consultation fee, and we'll go from there. Assuming this ends up being a long time partnership, I'm gonna have to let's say put in a few commissions if this is work you can do.
Sounds like a good idea.
All right,
I'm always ready for side commissions.
appreciate that. And he's gonna
You hear him sarcastically, so long as it doesn't interact with my biotechnica work. Like he's looking around the office, like he's obviously doing a joke, but he's kind of not.
Uh-huh. All right, friend. We got your hair now. I'll just hang up the call.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like,
Anyways,
cool. That's done. Yeah. Yeah. Fox is definitely kind of like just kind of like I don't know if anybody's looking outside, but like you kind of see him kind of just looking up a little bit, just like, yeah, this is all coming together.
So he's outside and we're all inside, like
yeah.
where we can see him.
He tried to separate himself so this conversation was not heard.
Yeah.
I'd say inside. Links, you did leave a message for Oryx.
Mhm.
You got like a answering machine equivalent response. Uh, I mean, if you guys want to spend the time to do it, he could be available now, but I don't want to get in the way of like the thing we're actually doing.
Uh, well, Lynx is fine with waiting. So,
I mean, if you guys want to get this hot zone thing done now, you think maybe you should leave earlier rather than later.
Let's get
Yeah.
it knocked out then.
just
Alright.
maybe get some
Do it.
stuff to decrease the rad problem, and we'll go.
Yeah, I think that it'd be pretty easy to find a place in the Glen if you don't want to try and get a discount if you're just gonna buy it right out.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. I'll front cost if I gotta. No big deal. But yeah, I'll wait till. I mean, are y'all coming outside now, or am I still waiting on y'all?
Let's give it a second, because Tess does really quick to Dion. It's like, hey, would it be better if I was there with you?
Mm. Dion thinks for a good few seconds and says, "No, stay here. Don't open the door
She's
unless you know it's
yeah,
me."
she like is very intently, definitely looking at you to make sure that you're being honest and not saving her. But assuming that you are being honest, like it will be easier for him, she does agree to it. And yeah, she ends up going back to her apartment, which is like right next to Auntie Noel's. You see actually her and Auntie Noel interact like right outside their apartment for a second. If you like look outside, there's a bit of a conversation, and Auntie Noel definitely like seems to be comforting her in some way, and then she goes in and you see I think there's like a gesture that most people recognize as brings up internal agent, simply because it happens so much. Uh, and then in just a little bit, you see Elijah very casually like walk into the parking lot and then just like lean against the building.
My man.
He's just hanging out.
My man.
And I think you definitely also see one of Enzo's drones, the little spider one, just sort of like appear on the roof and start looking around.
We got friends. I mean, Elijah. I already
They're
had
like
Elijah asking me to
pilot.
keep an eye on Jess and Raina for me, so I figured it wouldn't be that hard. They're already
Mhm.
in the same place, you know.
Yeah. And he's always around because he's generally working on the construction crew. You can tell they're
Yeah.
starting to put in like actual foundational shit now. So like the big dirt field behind is starting to slowly actually become a place.
It's almost like the construction represents the plot. Metaphors.
No way.
Or just time passes. Anyways,
Shut up! I was an English major, okay?
yeah. So yeah, you see that they're like prepared in case something goes down. And yeah, you guys can head out when you need to.
Yeah, just Fox just kind of see you all, wave over, just go. All right, let's get a head count real quick. We got me, usual gang of 3, and we got Mariah with us, and no tests?
No test.
Fair enough. Only got 5 seats anyway. Pile in.
All right.
Definitely, it's a little squished in the back, but
Yeah, it's not exactly designed as a family. It's not a family sedan, you know. So yeah, in the spirit of trying to plan at least, Fox will keep the music at least a little bit lower, so it's at a normal volume for everyone else. Still gonna talk a little bit over it, but it's not like blaring right now. It's just like, all right, figure in standard plans. If we're gonna get to the old med center, which I assume is where we're heading, right?
Yeah.
All right then. Well, we could cut straight through the hot zone, which I imagine we probably don't want to do. More radiation usually leads to more problems. So we'll go the long way. Head around the bend to South Night City, through the Glen where we can stop and grab some rat mass, through Old Japantown, and then right there and there through the highway if we gotta.
Sounds good to me.
Fair enough. Heads on a swivel. We're not exactly well liked in all these parts, and you never know.
you also know that like the hot zone's kind of difficult to drive through because people don't go and like repair the things that broke there.
So we might have to ditch the car when we get off the highway, but we'll keep the ride for as long as possible, given that we want the fastest way out as we can. But but yeah.
Yeah, the roads that are
moving.
on here are definitely functional, but any side roads off of those are a little less likely to be.
Yeah, of course.
So yeah, if you guys are just trying to get something quick, you can easily get some of the like they're basically breathing masks, but they're a little more expensive because they're built a little more thoroughly to prevent
Just tell me
radiation poisoning.
Just tell me the numbers.
So I mean, anti-smog breathing masks are every day, whereas this is going to be more like premium, so like 100 eddies each.
Oh, each, no problem. No, that's cool. So yeah, that's 500. That's 500 solid.
Mhm.
So yeah, Fox, he's not really in the mood to waste a lot of time. Honestly, he's got bigger, more important things. We as we're driving though, he is on a call with his tailor, just like talking, like yeah, I need man, I need me a solid suit. You feel me? Political campaigns are going on. I gotta be fresh to death. All right, and then it comes around. You know what? I need my whole squad decked out. Talk cost to me later. I need everybody looking nice. We need suits. We need formal wear. We need attire. I had the Obama tan John yesterday. Okay, it's no questions. All right. I don't want to hear anything about it.
Is
You
Obama,
don't hear anything about it.
All right,
is
cool.
Obama very like culturally relevant?
Listen,
I feel like as probably the only black president before America mostly collapsed. Yes.
we got one. We got one, guys. We did it. We got one in.
Is it to the point where if you say Barack Obama tan suit, people are gonna like understand what you mean, or are they just gonna like stare at you?
I mean, I feel like
You said it to an average person, they'd probably be like, "Yeah, I know who that is, but tan suit? Like no one remembers that shit."
No,
However,
tan
you'd
suit,
say
man.
that to a tailor, he'd probably be like, "Yeah, okay, I think I remember that."
the Obama
Yeah.
tan suit, bro.
I have nightmares about it to this day.
Everybody
The
dreams of
news was so
one thing
upset,
making
I
that
don't
one suit that a president
understand.
puts on for random
Ah.
controversy for no reason. Just like, oh no, not the tan, no! I had a dream. Somebody came in and asked me for a suit. Okay, and? He said he wanted it tan. Just, ah! Fucking God. But yeah, just as we
I'm okay.
approach whatever like small stand or shop has these like masks, like
Yeah.
again, just like pretty wordlessly, straightforward, trying to get to the thing. Like I don't even know if this is like a non-smoking place. Like Fox has already got this shit lit. He kind of just walks in. Fucking walks over to the stand, grabs 5 masks, puts them down, picks up a 5 Eddie, or not even put them down. It's like other hand, 500 Eddie stick, puts it down, just jingles him a bit, walks back out the door,
Mhm.
and just like puts.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
this is just like a store of just general, I guess survival gear isn't the right word, but kind of just like, hey, these are the supplies you need that are not guns, but are definitely for like trying not to die in Night City. They have a lot of anti-smog masks, and you just find the ones that are qualified to like
Listen,
do radiation. You're like, yeah, okay, this is good.
and we'd like to not
It's almost
die.
like an SPF.
I mean, a little. I can't remember the acronym, but there is like a particle filter rating for most like gas masks this way. You have to just find the one that is rated so high that it has like prevents internal radiation
Yes,
poisoning.
right?
I think so. I don't remember the word.
I don't know. Point being, Yeah, so we got those.
It's easy to get.
Chuck them in the back, hop back in the front seat, pull back off. Just I guess at that point we're probably like in the Glen, right? That by now.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep the tokens where they are because that's just doing apartments.
Reasonable.
Yeah, you sort of like in here in the Glen, you find one that's just like pretty close to it.
True.
There's not a lot of these stores, but they're not uncommon. And then yeah, you just sort of drive through the old combat zone in Old Japantown. I assume to like there-ish before taking side roads. Or you guys tell me.
I mean, I feel like Fox would go. So okay, so I guess Fox would when we get about here, would probably say like right about here would say, all right, if we want to dip into the old med center, our closest point would be right here, depending on if our target's either in the southern part. If it's farther up north, we could swing all the way around through Little China. So I guess
I would like Dion to roll me some street smarts real quick as to the best way to navigate to this place.
Sounds good. I have it. There it is. Wait, streetwise?
Or street smarts, sorry.
Wait,
the street one, whatever it is.
It was.
Sorry, I just want to make sure I didn't get it wrong.
Roll the streets. Uh-oh, that's a red number. Oh, no!
Flat 0. Do you want to
Wait,
reroll
dear.
that?
Yeah, I'm going to use a luck point to do that.
Oh, no!
That might be a good idea.
Just might be.
You don't know what happens when you roll that low, but like,
Good things.
especially when going into the hot zone.
Yeah, take a right over that guardrail.
Hey, at least the roll was the appropriate.
That's real bad. I can't believe you rolled a 0. Holy shit.
Just roll again and we'll manually put a 1 in.
Yeah,
just roll again.
Oh,
hey!
crit!
Crap! You crit twice.
Crit 20. Crit fail and then crit success. That's 21 then.
Wait, holy shit.
You fucking... That's so funny, dude.
The dice giveth and the dice taketh away.
Gotta clip it. I gotta clip it.
Pretty good. Yeah, so for a second you're like, oh yeah, we should just like cut right through Old Japantown, and then you remember, now hold on. I mean, maybe someone has cleared some rubble, but that's the way we came out, but there definitely was a lot of scrambling over rubble in a way that was not very safe. We were sprinting away. Maybe don't do that. Maybe we find another way around. And you actually now know the city map much better than you did when you escaped, because you just like didn't have any resources. So you're like, yeah, actually, you think it'd be better to go around and basically go through the old bank block. In.
All right.
And it's really your sort of... Dion, I kind of assume that you've looked at a lot of maps of the city and you try and learn stuff, especially of like that area, as part of just your general research. You even know of like a car parking structure that should still be functional. Like it's not collapsed, it's still pretty sturdy in the hot zone that you probably could leave the car in and like hide in one of the floors there, and that would give you a good place to not like get your shit stolen.
Reasonable.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
So yeah, you can easily navigate everyone in there. It's sort of like this. It's like a hard line between Upper Marina and the hot zone. Like, there's not any fences marking it. There's not any, like, guards. There's just streets that function, and then suddenly streets that no one has touched in, like, 20 years, and are definitely cracked and craggy. You have to take a side road off the freeway almost immediately, not because that's the best way to go, technically, but because there's parts of this little bit that dips in here that are just broken up. Like, you'd have to weave around actual holes that fall into the rest of the city.
Listen, this car is brand new. Please don't fuck up my suspension, bro.
Yeah, so you take a side road, and you manage to make it to this car parking space without much trouble. Yeah, you know from here you're going to have to walk, but it's not far.
Right.
You see through all of the old banking block and the old med center, most of the skyscrapers around here that were these large buildings, the top, like, you would guess half, but you're not sure, of the buildings are kind of gone. And you can almost tell the direction of the blast, which was basically at the dead center of this thing. And you can tell what direction the blast came by looking at these buildings and the side that is more broken. This is, by every definition of the word just decimated. There's nothing really here still. Every once in a while, you think you hear something moving around in the distance, like a piece of rubble falls or like a can or something, but just there's not much. Uh, the old banking block, there's not really a lot of memories for you in that, Dion, but once you get to this old med center, uh, you can sort of, you can almost just feel the moment where you're like, yeah, I've walked through this before. It was not pleasant. Uh, as you get to around this corner, and it's uh, actually a question for Doc that I wanted to ask. I know that you've worked with in your background, you've worked with the trauma crew, like the people who fly in and fix people, if I remember right,
Doc, you
Yeah.
was trauma team?
or like you worked with trauma team for a bit, if I
I'm
remember
sorry,
right.
I don't think I know that, but I'll deal with that later. Go ahead.
I don't think that was an extensive part of my.
I'll deal with that when I know that.
No, I think it was just you interacted with them some. Like you didn't go out with them, but you definitely worked with the people they brought back, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Uh, I think that you actually recognize the building that Dion leads you as the former trauma team center. You've never been there, but it is deeply like you remember, you know what that building looks like because they rebuilt it in another part of the city.
Okay.
And
Does Doc
that's
share
the
this
building
knowledge?
that. Say what? Yeah, do you share any of that, Doc?
This is where. This is where you came from.
Yep, it's been a minute, but seems like it hasn't changed much since I left.
This is the old trauma team building
How do you know that?
because it looks exactly like the new trauma team building.
And how do you know that?
I have some connections at trauma team. I've done some work on the side for them.
You a TT Doc? You never told me this?
It's not a big part of my life. I prefer to do freelance and such.
Fair enough. Everyone's got secrets, right?
Yeah. People who know how to fix other people are always in high demand.
Guess you're not wrong about that. Alright, kids.
Almost as high as people who know how to kill others.
I want to keep in mind a couple reminders. We are no longer in our own backyard, alright? Anybody we encounter out here just like to put a bullet in us as they are to be nice to us. So please keep your guns loaded, one in the head, and your eyes on a swivel. I'd like to keep our, bodily parts functioning for as long as possible.
Well, if it's anybody's backyard, and that's
That's-
where the sentence ends.
Yeah. If
That's
it's
fair.
anyone's backyard, that's fair.
In which case, you take point, D. We're right behind you. Kind of just like rack
Walk
the
into that one.
SMG and then kind of put it back over his shoulder. Make sure his pistol's cocked. Put it back in his waistband. All right.
All right, Dion is, it's not quite a saunter, but he is walking, and you see this time he doesn't have his hand anywhere near his weapons.
Fair enough. We're just gonna follow right behind him, and FoX will kind of like glance back at the rest, just like he seems confident.
Huh.
I guess this
Well,
is his
yeah.
neighborhood.
Lynx is gonna keep the ping on a sweep just in case.
All right. Let's keep our heads moving just in case.
Duck
Like,
keeps
not that she,
one hand
not
on
that she
his
doesn't trust
gun,
Dion, but
friends.
this is new territory.
All right, so you guys, I need to place you on this map.
Uh-oh, we're getting put on a map.
Boy, we have a
Uh-oh.
map.
We're getting
I'm
mapped.
a map. I'm a map.
Let me
I'm
get
a
the
map.
stream view up so I can make sure I can properly place the stream view.
Yeah, so you guys go through like just the garage that like the trauma team vehicles come out of.
Uh-huh.
And it's like it's not a door that's hidden. And I think that probably surprises the four of you who are not Dion. It's just like a door. It's also definitely been broken open from the inside at some point, but probably a long time ago, as there's just a solid layer of dust over everything. As you walk through, this door just kind of goes down some stairs, and like that's it. And then there's like a front desk that looks kind of normal, but definitely isn't. Like Doc, you would know that this is still like trauma team stuff. This isn't like a new facility was built under here. It's looks like the kind of standard equipment they would have at this front desk, and behind it is an elevator that for a second you're not really sure is going to function, but it is open, and with just like a little fiddling of the wires, because I don't think this is important to It's not important that like you guys have to hack into this. It doesn't take much for a small amount of power to come on, and the elevator opens up, and you end up in here.
Let me.
Ooh.
Okay, there we go. Let me just. There we go.
There we
Oh, that's
Ooh.
Boom, bang. There we go. Cool. We're here. Let's make it happen.
This is more for visuals. Also, shout out to Gimme Pig on Patreon. He makes cool maps. Go subscribe to him. Anyways, you can sort of look around this facility, and at first, as you sort of sweep and make sure, there are these cameras that are functioning, but you can see, like, coming from the basement downstairs, there is a pure line of destruction. You can tell that there were guns mounted, like, on the ceiling that have been ripped out. You see that there are, like, bits on the wall that are broken. You see what looks like bloodstains just in places around here. And Dion, you don't need to imagine how this happened. You can tell this is a direct line of you guys escaping. You have a lot of very strong memories of that day as they basically had to get you out when everyone else was leaving, and you weren't sure what was going to happen. And you guys are like, we don't need to do that actually. Forget that. We're not going with you. I think you definitely specifically have some pretty visceral memories of places where you had to act, but also where several of your friends had to. You think a lot. You know that a lot of the very physical destruction is. I had the list of names for you. Is Ben? Ben did a lot of that. You don't have to express that, but you're like, oh yeah, the guns ripped out of the ceiling. That was Ben. And so yeah, you're just looking around this facility, and I think it's more important than what you do is to like how all of you feel about this, discovering some of these things for the first time, and like asking me what you see around here. All the doors are open or pretty easy to just sort of like bust open because they are all sort of old and the power is not really working anymore.
Yeah,
A lot of it is
yeah.
like glass and such.
I mean, I think FoX is mostly just kind of like a little wide-eyed, just kind of like, this is some sci-fi shit, dude. The fuck? And like,
sorry.
yeah, so go ahead,
Hmm?
please.
Dion looks at Lynx and says, "What can you do about the cameras?"
well. Link's kind of like looks a little bit like not too a little phased by all the blood stains all around because and she's like, give me a minute.
Hey, if I could hedge a bet, if anybody is alive around here to be watching these cameras, they aren't going to be doing much about us until we get to them. So I don't think we should be stressing them too much.
And it looks like, but we don't know who's watching, and so she's so stealing herself. She sends out a search ping for nodes.
Yeah, roll me that search.
14.
14. All right. You can tell kind of where nodes should be, but a lot of them are not functioning much anymore. The cameras are definitely part of a network, and you can tell that sort of up here in this office there is a node access that will still function, and that these things you assume were part of a net architecture specifically because it had to have a daemon check those and then also operate the guns. And so yeah, there is one in this office here.
This one?
No, actually in this front one. These two.
Up here? I see.
Mhm.
All right. Well, there's a node nearby. Not sure how well it's gonna function. Looking around at the torn open walls, the lack of power. It's like, well, I can get there and see what I can do.
Good enough for me.
All right, I guess we'll follow that direction for now. This is your home turf. You take point. We're all right behind you, though.
All right. Forgot how to move. There we go.
Yeah. I think, Dion, you don't have to respond to that, but you do know that this level you have very little, if any, real memories of because you were just not allowed up here.
Mhm.
Definitely, you saw people come up here and then not come back down.
All right. I guess I'd like to walk up to this camera and shoot it. Shoot both
Okay.
of them.
Um.
Is an approach.
Okay.
Hey, if it works.
That's loud.
I mean, yeah, you don't have to roll for it. You blow the camera out pretty quickly.
Okay, friend. Why?
Right. Why are you asking?
They're gonna know we're here regardless.
That's the thing that
It's
I
better if
was
they
saying.
don't know where.
You know what? All right, fine. That's okay. Whatever. Let's do this shit. Where are we looking?
We're gonna go, I don't know, north. North.
Yeah, we're headed for the office Lynx was pointing out. We heard there could remember that we're here for information more than anything else. And Fox will kind of just make his way up towards.
Well, we'll see.
Be careful about what you shoot.
Fox is headed towards this door right here, just like. You know, all right, Phylon, find some shit, please.
Okay. Well, I guess Lynx is gonna see if she can't head into that node then.
Yeah, absolutely. So, just as a real quick, if you want to do the one that lets you know where things are, I guess,
Pathfinding?
in a net run. Yeah, pathfinding. Like you access the node, and it's the one where you can see past doors and such.
Okay. So Lynx is first going to install her Speedy Gonzalez program. Sorry, not Speedy Gonzalez. Her Sia program. So it's a +2 to her Pathfinder checks, and it's going to run pathfinding. So +2, that's 12.
12. All right. So just let me adjust some of this.
Oh, hold up.
Because I built this shit beforehand for the first
Oh.
time.
Ooh.
Professionals.
Stream seeing this properly?
Well, at least one of us is.
Hey, you know.
Yeah, you see just 2 rooms as you're sitting in this one. But I actually think if I can, there is another room to the right and below.
So like down and to the
You
right.
just don't. Yeah, let me. I'm just You can tell there's doors this direction. You just can't see past them.
Okay.
You don't see the presence of anything else in here, and in fact, looking around, you think that there was maybe security at some point. You just don't see any. Like, definitely, this format is designed for extremely tight, short responses to any digital incursions, but also the node is pretty far down in here. You had to go a pretty long elevator ride to get here, so you know someone would have to be in this facility to even access this very enclosed system.
Okay. All right. Lynx is going to move down and run pathfinding again.
Mhm.
All right. Ooh. Okay. I gotta roll another d10. That's gonna suck.
That's bad.
I mean, there's not a lot of consequences to this. You don't get anything. You just know that the passwords for these 2 doors that are locked is going to be greater than 12.
Okay. All right. Well, Lynx wants to get more information, so I guess since there's
You just
nothing
roll
here,
again.
we just keep rolling. Cries.
You don't see anything else, but I think it's somewhere around this. Oh, wow.
Wait, she
10.
finally crit.
Finally
Roll that
crit.
again.
Oh,
Roll
right,
another d10 to add to it.
Just a
Oh,
one.
god damn it.
Hey,
16 plus 2 is 18.
18. All right. So you do see. Now I need to.
Jesus. God, body pain.
gonna go through doors without without any sort of information. That's a bad idea.
Uh-huh.
That's how netrunners get fucking dead.
Yeah.
You do see, and I'm not putting a token on there. It's as you're opening this, actually, for a moment, you're surprised and you're almost blindsided by this demon that steps through the door as you discover what the password strength is. However, it's not functioning. You basically get this sort of digital, static looking thing that might have been actually an extremely powerful demon, but it's just like, it's not, it can't do anything to you. It like stops, and you can tell that whatever command structure it has into what to do if see bad netrunner is just stuck and not functioning. It's got the little spinny colored circle basically on its forehead, or like the modern equivalent of it. It's just like,
Like, I see. It's the rainbow spinning wheel of doom. I remember hearing about that a long time ago. It's pretty common, I think.
yeah, but it's as you look at this demon, you were just not. You were pretty sure that it would have been an extremely powerful one, that you're not familiar with what it is called. It's just not gonna function.
Seems like a good.
Balron is maybe the closest name that you'd give it. This huge humanoid monster-looking thing that would absolutely wreck your shit if you were surprised by it, but it's not doing nothing.
All right. So, okay, so you can see there's a room over here and 2 rooms down. Can Lynx tell what's in this room over here?
Yeah, there is a node here and at the bottom there.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess there's also a file structure in the one closer to you on the downward path.
Okay. Alright, so Lynx is going to install a worm.
Okay.
So that's a +2 on what do they call those?
The door breaker checks, whatever they're
Yes.
called.
Yes. See, now Lynx can finally move through faster. All right, we're gonna try to aim for
Door,
see,
that's the check.
just see what this control node is for. So we're gonna backdoor through there. That's 11.
11. Yeah, you can't get through either of these because you know it's greater than 12.
Got it. Gonna try
You
again.
can see every time you act, the demon like resets being aware of you and then stops again because it just doesn't know what to do about that. There you go.
Let me roll
Yeah,
another-
roll another d10 and add it to it.
Oh, that's a 7. That's a 22 + 2 is a 24.
There we go. Much better.
Yeah, I think you backdoor this thing so well that you can break through both of the doors. You're just like, oh yeah, that's how this works. I think you had a harder time with it. Not that the password is actually that difficult. It's like a 13. It's just that a lot of the structure around any of these doors is missing. And it's part of this back door, I think, is you get a little insight that someone basically, these kind of living programs, these AI or pseudo AI programs, you can't just remove them and from a net architecture, both for their sake but also for the architecture's sake. And someone just ripped out a bunch of security and very quickly, like in a panic.
Ooh.
And so it has damaged this net infrastructure significantly. But it also means they didn't really pull everything out quite right. And it also it's why this demon is not functioning. Someone tried to just remove it.
Interesting. Wonder if they forgot to save anything or take something with them. We can patch that together. All right, Lynx is gonna just enter this node over here and just check out what is in this control node.
It is the cameras and the guns that were in the
Okay.
ceiling. You can see all the cameras functioning, and you can tell it does send this feed to the room to your right on the main map and also somewhere downstairs. But the control of it is here. And you don't see anyone else accessing it in any way.
Interesting. Okay. Next, she's gonna move into this file room over here.
You can tell they tried to remove all the files, but they didn't have a lot of time. So they didn't do the cloak check very well.
Hmm.
So you think that if you roll high enough, you can break that and basically, I mean, you know how when you delete files off a computer, it doesn't actually delete them?
Yep.
You think you can reconstruct a lot of these files if you do it right. You
Right.
also know that you could do that here as a netrunner, but you also know that you might have a better chance of it if you do cybersecurity in the actual like room where the physical drives are at.
Okay, can Lynx figure out, like, does Lynx know where the physical drives are, based on, like, where this file structure is?
Yeah, let me. I just gotta look at the map to make sure I can show you where. You haven't seen it because you haven't been on that map before, but you can tell there is a room downstairs somewhere with just like one giant like central hard drive thing. It's not structured the way you would think that most hard drives are, but this is a facility-wide hard drive that was doing some crazy amount of basically heavy lifting, like RAM-wise.
Okay, so like maybe some kind of like
So
clustered system or server system.
yeah, you just think it might actually be just one central big thing, not multiple servers. Like someone was crazy and just put as much processing power into one giant tower as possible. Maybe because they had a very cool cooling system that they really couldn't replicate over a bunch of servers. Maybe they only needed the one big one.
All right.
Unclear.
Okay.
You don't know
All
why
right.
they built it this way. You just know they did.
All right. And then Lynx is going to take one more back door, see if she can't head into that.
Oh no, you got all of them with the big
Ew.
one.
Okay, because I
Also,
think
you just did the 10 again anyways, so yeah, you're fine.
it's just, I think Lynx is just gonna blow all of her crits today. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotta get
Yeah,
out
so
the
you
way.
get down to the bottom, and it is a different node that seems to be some kind of security thing. You don't know what for sure. This seems to have been scrubbed better than everything else. But you do know that it has to do with some of the mechanical stuff downstairs.
Okay.
Uh, it it seems like it was some kind of security system that wasn't meant to aim. It wasn't meant to like, oh, I'm going to locate targets. You can tell by the nature it was just if this demon decides it is necessary, it is an on and off switch.
Interesting. Interesting. Let's see. Can Lynx do something? Can Lynx like learn anything else about this security system or this control node? What it does?
Yeah, I think that you would need to roll me something like I want to say control or plant a virus, basically.
Okay.
Something of that nature where you are trying to manipulate the system.
Got it. Got it. Okay. Well, this is the part where Link's probably going to roll really low, but we'll try. Oh, never
You
mind.
say
14.
that, and yet,
See?
yeah, I'm gonna say that your worm kind of qualifies for this because it's similar to backdoor.
Okay.
So this is gonna be a 15, just flat, like it's a little bit of a bonus. But anyways, you look through the system and you can tell a few things. One, like you suspected, 100% someone just tried to like rip a lot of the features out in the files, and possibly the reason that they couldn't just take the whole hard drive in the system with them is you can tell this thing is built to survive almost anything.
Ooh.
Like maybe the reason they made one big tower or whatever they're using is to make it extremely impossibly durable. They did not want to lose this data in any way, and they were prepared for some kind of extremely traumatic event to happen to it.
All right.
It is
Incredibly
backfired though because they can't get rid of it.
Well, that's good because that means we can grab the data. Probably.
What's the holdup in there,
Probably.
woman? News?
Well, I have good news.
Huh?
Well, it looks like there's probably there's some sort of data bank downstairs that will probably, based on how resilient this fucker is, probably have most of the data that we need.
Huh. Alright. Cool.
Bad news is, I'm not quite sure where it is.
You got
Definitely
any
You think
downstairs.
that you have an approximate location, though. Like not just that it's just downstairs, but you could pinpoint that. Like you see the office section in like the middle of the main map. That
Okay.
You guys are already on. It's probably in a similar location to this thing here, just lower.
The what thing?
This like,
okay.
blue thing here. In fact, I think actually, yeah, from reading this map right, you guys look and this glass is very difficult to see through, but it's actually showing you downstairs. Like it's just looking into the downstairs. And there is something big there that once you stop net running and look at it, you're like, yeah, that's probably it. It is just like about an 8 or 9 feet tall, just like square-looking obelisk thing.
All right. Well, that's our target. And Link's just gonna point like right over to that big ass obelisk over there.
And what is that?
No clue, but looks like some kind of giant ass data bank server.
Okay. As in data you could copy off of it?
It's fucking huge. I can copy some data. Not sure if my chips can store that much.
Alright, let's go find out what's in it first and see if there's anything worth snatching.
Okay. Does Lynx learn anything more from about the security system?
I think that you get certain little details of like, this is the operating system they were using. This is like why they built this or that way. With that role, I think the thing you realize about this on and off switch is that it is not going to activate one system. It is activating several hardline. You cannot hack it. It is just a mechanical thing. And at least one of them is opening several doors. And because of the nature of how hardlined it is, you can't really tell what they are. But you do know that whatever they're opening, it's still going to function. They have internal power systems that even if you cut all the power for ages and ages, whatever that is will turn on.
All
And
right.
the other of the two things it opens, other than these doors, is you don't know. You don't know exactly what it is, but it is suspiciously similar to a system that would like release a gas of some
Okay.
kind into a specific room. Not the whole facility, exactly one lever opening thing. And that's deeply unpleasant to you, knowing the nature of this facility, that you're like, you don't know what gas it would be, but it's probably decidedly not a friendly knockout gas.
Yep.
All right. Can Lynx leave a virus or just try to like just to prevent any sort of signal being sent towards that kill switch?
That's the nature of it. Is it's this hardline thing.
Yeah, it's hardline.
It's designed so you cannot do that. It does not have the bandwidth for you to mess with that way. You think you maybe could create a virus that would prevent anyone from triggering it here. Like this system would not be able to do it, but you can't tell if there aren't some physical tripwires that would activate it.
Got it. And Lynx is just gonna be like, okay, I've also got some bad news.
Oh boy.
Like, looks like there's some kind of physically hardwired security system. Not sure what it looks like. It's hardwired to open a few doors, release some gas into a specific chamber, do some probably
So the place
lethal
is booby-trapped.
countermeasures. Yes, lethal yes.
Fantastic.
Uh,
All right.
I can write up a quick program to prevent it from being activated here, but I can't tell you if there's any sort of physical trigger
Well,
anywhere.
better safe than sorry. I'd appreciate it. Other than that,
All right.
just watch your step, please, everybody.
Got it. Okay, so I guess Lynx will leave a virus to prevent it being from at least being activated from this control room.
Yep.
All right, we'll see how it goes.
Whew.
11. Not the worst.
Yeah, you definitely have left a virus that at 11, you will at least be aware if someone decides to do that. And they will have to beat an 11 to sort of overcome the blocks you've put on it. You basically just added a password where passwords were not when it came to that. But also with an 11, additionally, you're like, oh yeah, we can be warned.
Yeah,
All right.
Better than nothing.
All right, time to cloak and run away. Or check out, I guess. So,
Yeah.
Lynx will quickly just install a nice cloak program, which is a +2. So, eraser and roll. That almost landed on the 1.
Almost.
Okay, that's a 16.
It almost landed on the 1. Yeah, you are pretty sure that you have this locked down tight. You're pretty sure that you even recreate some of like the digital static you had to clean up, so that it now looks like no one has stepped in it, unless someone is very, very good.
All right, we're out.
All right,
Yeah.
then, kids.
Gotta come back.
Yeah, it's as you were sort of going out here, you do notice this other room that was to the side of the that one is not its own net architecture, but it is monitoring a bunch of stuff. like it is looks like it's some sort of control system for more mundane data. You think that maybe the file structure that you saw, it has some way of manipulating that, and it's its own separate control for that that you couldn't turn off, but it's not something you could net run. It's something you think the hardware downstairs will tell you more about.
Okay.
I would like to say that Dion, as much as you're not familiar with this upper area, this door here, you can't see what's behind it, but it is uncomfortably familiar to sort of the place you were kept.
Hmm.
And just it's easy to leverage open as much as the heavy door it's not done. And this sort of like red block thing is extremely similar to the kind of cell that you and your friends were kept in. Just like a copy of it up here.
Is it empty?
It is empty.
Okay. Okay.
Dion,
Okay. Oh shit. Oh, get the fuck out of me, bro. I was like, oh no, we're in combat. Oh fuck.
Yeah, no, do you guys want to look more around the facility or go directly downstairs?
I was clenching, bro. Like.
Dion turns to Lynx and says, "So, what was the status of the cameras?"
Well, feed's heading towards the control room over there. They're online. Do you want me to head back in and turn them all off?
Was anyone on them?
No.
Then don't bother.
Yeah. That is what Dion. That is exactly what Dion was going to say, but Dion still glares at Foxy.
Fox will just kind of like, Fox just has that big shit-eating grin on his face. Just
Let me handle over here.
I was like, whose mission is this again?
And Dion, I guess, walks over to the door and tries to pry it open.
Yeah, well, you easily do that, and you see that this thing is empty. This cell door is open. It is maybe viscerally uncomfortable to you. Like, the lights are still on in it. It looks like someone could walk into it right now, and it would work as containment. Like, this also has its own self-contained power thing.
the hell is this, dude? You alright?
Would I have to... Can I roll concentration to bring myself to be able to investigate it?
Yeah, I think that's appropriate.
18.
Yeah, it is, like we say, extremely uncomfortable for you, but you have the ability to look through it as you look in the door. I think the thing that you really have to concentrate on is not like imposing your own memories of this kind of cell onto this one. You can tell it was lightly used.
Mhm.
It's the kind of detail that you're like, this is... I can remember what it looks like when someone's lived in this thing for a while. So this was not a common cell.
Yeah.
It definitely are some signs that someone was in here for a bit. You just don't know who. And they definitely, for the small amount of time they were in here, didn't have a good time. There's marks of like, this is basically a padded cell. And there's definitely marks of someone attempting to open the sides of the walls with something sharp.
Mm-hmm. So there's no deduction to do on it, or...
If you want more, you can, but that's just what you get without having to roll anything, is someone was in here for a time and they attempted to open the side up with something sharp.
Got it. I would like to deduce in that case, if I can find it.
Mm-hmm. As a side note, we're using the word deduce the way Sherlock Holmes did, and he did it backwards, actually.
You rolled it twice.
We're taking that first one.
Oh,
We're taking that first one.
okay, there was a delay on it.
The second one was...
I thought it didn't work.
Ugh.
Not great. With a 23, there are some things that are readily obvious to you. One, even amongst the larger group of people you knew of in this facility, not necessarily the 5 friends you left with, none of them would have made these claw marks. Like, none of them had this. It's like one big, long claw instead of many, like, say, Tess would do. There's not, like, blunt force the way that any of your other friends probably would have done, like Ben or Sakura. So you're like, no, this is not anyone I knew or even any of the other many somewhat nameless people that were part of this experiment. Also, the cuts, as much as someone wasn't here a long time, they are newer than you think anything else in this facility. Like, they probably were made after you left.
Yo, what are you sniffing
There's
around
still
in
like a
there,
layer
D?
of
Anything
guts,
fun?
but
What are you sniffing around in there, D? Anything fun?
I wouldn't say fun. Just look around. Stay on your toes.
Yeah, Fox just kind of comes in and sees the clown marches. Whoa!
Mhm.
Yeah, I had a girl do that to my back once, and it wasn't fun. What made these?
Better not. Those things are real deep.
This would do. This would probably rip your spine out.
That was the joke. What
Live.
made these?
Don't say what.
Okay, who? Sorry, I just didn't want to assume it was immediately a person. It could have been a large animal.
Okay. It's a very curt okay. And Dion walks, I guess, into here. Or
Yeah, I'm sorry, I put it here.
Can I go?
This seems to be, yeah. You kind of have to squeeze around this odd corner because like this definitely feels like they put this cell here as storage, and that's what this room mostly is a lot of other storage. There's some medical supplies that you are uncomfortably familiar with. You can see they have like their sort of cooling system in here for the whole facility that is not running. The air is quite stale and stuffy in here because I mean you guys are in central Southern California. It is after even more climate change. It is quite hot out
joy.
just generally,
Fantastic.
but it's very stuffy in here. And so yeah, there's quite a bit of old supplies. You can see what looks like these crates. Many of them are empty, and in a few of them you find like a few spare rounds or like a magazine. So there used to be guns in here. That they definitely removed those, just not the medical supplies. Many of these medical supplies, Doc, if you end up looking at them, are outdated by quite a few years, and many of them should have been kept in better condition. And since no one has messed with them, they have many of the like materials meant for keeping people alive have gone bad, like they're past their expiration date. The disinfectants, the stuff like that. But you know, like scalpels and stuff, they're fine. Sutures, staples, things that you use to keep a person together, they're fine.
Huh. Good to know. Are they sterile though?
I mean,
Yeah.
probably they're still in their like original packaging. This is the stuff they haven't used yet.
Huh.
Yeah, we can grab souvenirs later, Doc. Let's see if we can if we're gonna look for anything here, let's make sure it's a big enough score that it's worth some money. Ma pointed something downstairs. You want to head over there and check that out, or sweep this place first?
Link's just gonna look at Dion.
Dion pauses for a moment and looks around while I look around. And
I would say you could easily look in here because the door is open. This is just some rather mundane looking office like computers.
Boring.
yeah, Dion looks
Yeah.
through the glass. Does a little.
Down into here?
Yeah,
Or
these are windows, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Does a
these
little-
gray lines on here are windows. They're just kind of frosted glass, like you can't really see what's down in there. If you want to break it open, you could, but
All right, Dion punches the window.
Okay.
yeah, it looks like it's an office space you remember seeing often, although you were never allowed in. This is where a lot of the like tests and samples and things were done. And you can see, yeah, this big like obelisk shaped thing is definitely just the largest and like an extremely heavily armored you assume CPU thing. If Lynx pointed it out, you never knew what that was. It was just this like big metal armored box that had a bunch of wires coming out of it.
Huh. Looks important. Let's check it out.
Yeah. I guess if I'm assuming you're like around here or something, like I could move you to here-ish.
Sure.
You can see sort of around this corner another office sort of space in here that looks like it has a bunch of like tools, like physical tools.
Mm.
If I also assume that you guys are kind of in the same space, Doc, you would even tell at a distance this is for like fixing cyberware. And
Huh. I'm guessing downstairs might be where they patched y'all up. Fox says, kind of like trepidatiously, like looking over at Dion, trying not to like trip any triggers or borders. Just.
Well, no, that space over there is on the upstairs. Sorry,
Fair.
this map isn't super clear.
I wouldn't quite call it that, but yeah. And Dion recognizes that it's clumsy, but he's being very careful with his words, which is very new.
Yeah, this is.
Yeah.
I ain't the best at this, buddo. Just like I'm trying. All right.
Dion
Mhm.
kind of softens and says and nods.
Yeah. Let's kind of looks over at Links. Let's get down there and check out that CPU. Get any information we can, and then maybe get the hell out of here. I don't think I'm gonna find anything worth selling up here, huh?
Yeah.
Come on, man. Let's go. And I'll kind of just like
Okay.
tap you on the shoulder.
Mhm.
And then kind of like to bring the
Okay.
spear back, kind of like bop, just kind of like not so much like a hard bop, kind of like a tap over on Doctor. Just like, all right, come on, no lollygagging,
Mhm.
kids, let's move.
Although really quick, I'm trying to think what skill this would be, but I want Doc to roll something about just your like knowledge of a medical facility. I'm not sure what that should be though. If you can pitch me something, I will take it.
Could it be medtech or
Mm.
or medical
I
tech?
think yeah, I think paramedic or like a med tech skill would work really well for that.
Okay. Let's see.
21.
Wow.
I think before you go down there, you kind of have to go around this staircase. You look down to these ones, and you see what you kind of assume is a surgery suite of some kind.
Sorry, to which ones? The map is very big.
The bottom left-hand corner, there is a surgery suite
Okay.
that you guys haven't
Cool.
looked at.
Maybe
Does anyone take from there?
maybe keep Dion a little bit away from there.
Mhm. And Dion, you don't have any memories of any of the things up here. And in fact, when Foxy's like, "Oh, that's where they patch you up," no, it's not. They patch you guys up in your cells, often with not a lot of bedside manner or anesthetic. So
I like that Dion it was like, that's not true, but just said yes anyway.
yeah, you're like, yeah, sure. You're actually pretty sure that if anyone had cyberware to fix up, it was like the guards and the doctors and stuff.
Hmm. All right. Huckabee maybe takes a quick
Peek over there.
look around the surgical suite.
Yeah, and whoever wants to follow him can, unless like Doc, you're trying to like not get people to follow you.
Um,
If you want
Yeah,
backup.
you do a quick look, and there's a few things that you notice. This first one here has, some old bloodstains on it on the table, and you can see these two machines here are basically surgery bots that are meant to have some kind of a control. Like they're not meant to be AI, otherwise Lynx would have found them in the net run in the network. They're someone can give them instructions from a distance, but they're probably smart enough that you could give them a basic instruction and they'd do it. Uh, but yeah, something was operated on here and it didn't go well. You assume like this computer in the other corner is where you'd control it from. You come down here and it looks like a much more, you would say, meant to be gentle and nice and like humane surgery center, but it's more of a this is where you recover and they monitor you. You can see this like big sort of red figure here. It's a screen that is still functioning, well, most of them are not, that is just like a big scan of some person. And all it says is like disconnected, 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 as like it's meant to have a bunch of scans. And in fact, if you just even wave your hand over the seat, you can tell that this thing knows your hand is there. And then like the arm on that person lights up and says connected and gives you like bio read signs on whoever's in that chair. You just have to even be close enough to it for it to read it.
Okay.
Convenient.
I think you are familiar enough with your own body that you're like, wave your hand, hey, that's my cyberware.
Mm-hmm.
And then you definitely see down in here are some beds for more like long-term rest and less analysis. And this like red bed here is basically like a healing tank. Like you put someone in that and they go unconscious and they do a bunch of VR stuff and you can just like fill the thing with chemicals and various healing agents so that they can just
Like
be
a
floating
cryotank?
in 0G. No, more like it's meant to be a low gravity situation where you fill it with fluid that encourages healing and they go into VR and they can't feel their body anymore, and you can like do psychotherapy or allow for healing where if they move it might screw it up.
Okay.
Like that's the serious bed. That's the you nearly died bed.
Right.
Hmm.
All of this stuff is clean. It's that surgery table up at the top of these three that is not looking great. But you can tell a lot of this stuff. You're surprised they left it. Like that healing tank is quite valuable. It's like, even though it's kind of old, it's still leagues better than the version you have. And the scanner thing with the body is just extremely nice. Like you have to use 5 or 6 different pieces of equipment to get the same amount of information off of that one thing.
Hmm.
So at least as far as valuable stuff you could rip, this is some pretty valuable stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Dion
Also very large and hard to move.
Dion can't really see or anything, but he just yells around the corner. Just take anything you think you can get away with.
Even nobody's
You
here.
think
I
the
just didn't
scanner
ask
thing-
anything, by the way.
I thought the scanner
You
thing was
think
like a
that
whole pair.
No, well, like part of the technology you think you could do, the hologram projection part, it is quite large, but it's flat, and actually you think you could, like with one person, barely fit it through doors. And the sensors are directional. You can just like rip the sensors out of the chair, and you could put them anywhere.
Okay.
You could put them in the wall, and you could get a scan on someone walking past that wall.
Take it. Take it.
Interesting. I'll
Take
take.
it.
The big tank would be hard to move because it is huge.
Yeah.
Oh, don't you worry. I don't think we need to worry about moving any of that stuff. I think there are certainly people who might just pay for the information on where this stuff is.
It's true.
Don't worry. This has not been a useless trip. Anywho, let's get my friend Dion out of here. Let's go downstairs. We're wasting a lot of time here. My friend's experiencing trauma. It's not fair. Let's go.
Dion holds a hand up and says, I'm okay.
I didn't say that out loud. That wasn't out loud. That was just...
Okay. We'll get it on the way back.
Fair enough.
All right. Then let me move you to...
Which stair will it be taking?
I'm assuming the upper one, because most of you are close to that, but...
Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Now you were down here.
Hello.
Interesting.
All right. Well...
And Dion, you are uncomfortably and intimately familiar with this floor. You could just point at something, I could tell you what it is, pretty much.
All right. Yeah, Dion. It's reminding me of Westworld. Dion looks at the big center piece.
Yeah. So like I said, you always saw this as this, it's generally a place where after they had done some tests on you, you would walk past that and see recordings of what you were doing, like bio readouts of what you were doing. This is where they actually did like analysis of whatever they were testing you on. And now that you're pretty sure, it's like, oh yeah, that's just a big central hard drive thingy where they're keeping a bunch of the information, is kind of what you assume. And you'd be pretty right. They definitely have some security monitoring up here and down here. You're like pretty sure the one on the top is them monitoring these beds and cells that you were generally not using, but if they had to isolate one of you and let you like recover, that's where they actually did stuff. Maybe if you were lucky, they were a little more gentle with you, and that's where they like helped you recover from stuff. You know, up here is the 2 cells that you, 5 and maybe 1 or 2 other people ended up sharing most of the time. And then a lot of office stuff around here, just places where people talked and hung out that were working with you, to be nice about it. And then there's some isolation like cells, places where if you had to be alone and it was not for recovery, you or a scientist or anybody really would end up being in some of these places.
Right,
you know that like Ben especially, if they were put in timeout, basically it was this lower one here behind an extra level of security, because Ben big and strong.
You big boy.
Makes sense. Okay, Dion walks, I guess, all the way right over here to the hard drive, and motions Lynx to come with.
All right, Luke's gonna head over.
You guys can all follow. A lot of the computers here are pretty nice, even though they're like a few years old. Lynx, you can basically pinpoint the day that they left, the day that Dion left, you assume, by like when did these computers come out? They're like maybe a few months after that is when they had to have left because it's like the newest thing from right then, and it's all the same hardware.
Mm-hmm. Makes
Um,
sense.
Dion taps the big hard drive and says, how much of the stuff in here can you get out?
And Links make a good estimate.
Yeah, yeah. Roll me some cyber tech or no, security tech real quick.
All right. Links will pull out her tech scanner.
You can also do some basic tech if you want to, but that's
Alright.
going to be a second roll.
So I think Lynx will pull out her tech scanner and do like a security tech, just like to check like like how good is the security around this, and then like maybe some basic tech to see like what can she actually pull out.
Mhm.
All right. 16 plus 2 is 18.
18. Yeah, from that, you could access this thing pretty easily, mostly because you already got the password for it by backdooring the to the node that activates it.
Mhm.
So you can get into it pretty easy. The amount of data you could get, on your own, like personal tech, not a great amount. Although as you scan it, you discover that a lot of this is processing power, not necessarily data storage. They were trying to process quite a lot of information at once.
Mhm.
Until you get into it, you won't know what it is, but they were doing some pretty complicated something.
All right. And then I guess we'll roll basic tech, see if Lynx can't get any more information out of this.
Yeah.
24.
Ooh. Yeah, so I mean the basic tech for this role is actually you're looking around at these computers and a lot of them are left here and you're like, they can store a whole lot more data than my personal stuff can. And they're not that hard to carry. They're still kind of valuable. Like this is another thing that if you just wanted something to sell immediately, these computers are not a bad option.
All right. Hey, tech is always pretty expensive. Lynx knows her pocket's kind of dry right now.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
yeah, it's you think that that's pretty good stuff to take a lot of these
All right.
very much work computers,
All right. So
and
Lynx
they're
is
all
gonna.
connected to this thing.
Ooh.
Sorry.
All right. So Lynx is gonna motion over to FoX and just be like, "All right, I'm gonna need to scrub these first, but we can sell these for a good penny. Gonna keep one for keeping the data though.
Good. Makes perfect sense.
All right.
All right.
So Lynx is
Second
gonna
computer.
jack in.
All right. How many of these computers are there, and how many do you think each of us can carry? Tate, as DM.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's, I'm going to say 14 computers. No, there's 13 computers, and you can tell one used to be here and was removed.
Uh-huh.
You think whoever left had the same idea that you did, Lynx, of if we got to take this data with us, and we're not going to have a time of really erasing it, we can't take the monolith of a computer tower, this is a good idea. So someone did the same thing.
How many computers do you think each of us could carry, like as a person?
I mean, these are, cyber future computers. These towers are probably the size of a good book. They're like, nah. So you could each carry like 3 or 4 pretty easily, and that's not even including like a backpack or something.
Cool. Yeah, all right. We'll stack them all up. Then let's get them all stacked up. I'll definitely like as we're kind of gathering them all up, putting them in like a little like knapsack or whatever. I'll turn
Lynx is
like
gonna Lynx before FoX does anything. Lynx is like, no, stop, scrub first.
Wait, we can scrub them when we get home.
It's easier to do when they're already connected. So Lynx is gonna jack in.
Yeah, right. This is not like a net running thing. This is just a security tech thing, and you can easily jack in because there is just an empty space where a computer used to be.
Okay.
So yeah, what I do want to do though is some kind of security tech just to process the amount of information in here. The file structure is kind of degraded in a lot of ways. There's not clear. Someone did try and fix it. They did try and scrub it. They just didn't do a very good job.
Got it. All right. So Lynx is gonna one hand on the tech on the tech scanner, one hand on the cyber deck. Just take another check. 22.
Hi, Molly. By the way, you were here.
Molly.
Emily.
22. Yeah. So you get into this, and as you're looking at this information, you can tell exactly what they were doing. They were actively modifying the DNA of the various subjects here. You think there was probably somewhere around 25?
And they
The
did that
reason it's
without causing
unclear.
people to explode. Wow.
Yeah, this was some extremely sophisticated, like, we today have CRISPR. This is like 2 or 3 generations past that.
Dang.
They were
That's
actively modifying not just one spot of someone's genetics and one part of their body, but the whole structure. And they were trying to do it in a way where they could do it to an adult and it would work. They mostly worked with children at this point with where the technology is at. Hadn't quite figured out how to do it to a person without some really uncomfortably horrifying things happening to them.
Like
Uh,
melting.
Generally, it was like in some cases, it was like, yeah, their digestive system stopped not digesting them. But in other case, it was like cancer, heart failure, like anything that you could imagine happening to a human body, it happened to someone.
Huh.
And
Makes
in
sense.
fact, you would know, and you don't have to tell Dion this, but Dion probably has a good idea of this, is that a subject you assume is him, and by the way, you know what his genetic modification is now because you just have that data in front of you. A subject you assume is him and his several friends, because there's 6 bodies they identify that are they were very, very young when they were brought in, and they are kind of used as the subjects of it worked on them. Why? And you can see the various ages. The monitoring starts somewhere at around 3 years, but it's 3 years old. But they imply that they were there longer, and they don't really say how long. But at about 3 years, they start monitoring these kids and testing them and doing things and trying to figure out why it worked on them and then apply it to adults. What about these children's bodies worked? And as they got older, it was more testing as to, okay, what's the limit of those things that happened? How did they? How are they changed? In what ways? And it's extremely clinical in a way that you would be uncomfortable with as you understand what they are describing, the various tests, and we don't get into that here because it's just not good.
Of note,
Yeah.
despite not really caring that much normally about all the techno doodads or whatever, as Lynx does this work, Fox is like kind of directly over her shoulders, like, okay, so what's any of this about?
Lynx is just
I
gonna
would
like.
need Fox to roll me some kind of like knowledge check to understand the data that's coming through.
Oh, I'm asking
Because
her.
like I feel like Lynx is just gonna like elbow him away and just be like, nope.
Can Dion I mean Dion probably recognizes what Michelle is seeing.
Mhm.
Can
What Lynx
Dion
is saying? Yeah.
but yeah. Kind of make sure that Lynx is the only person who sees it so far and kind of stands in front.
I would say you definitely could. You know what data she's looking at, or at least you very much assume, but you would also need to do a knowledge check of some kind, and I don't know what, some technique thing,
Well,
or
Dion
to
just
be able
assume
to understand.
oh, sorry. Can Dion just kind of assume that she sees the whole thing? Or is that regardless of whether he
You
knows?
could roll some human insight to tell based on her reaction, because reading the data is going to be very difficult for you.
Yeah, Lynx is just like got like this kind of horrified like expression on her face right now.
Oh yeah, 19 with the information that like Lynx is not trying to hide how uncomfortable this is. You at least definitely know it's data on you and the various people around that like came through that they experimented on. And yeah, I think just as more details to what you remember now that it's a thing we've said on stream is definitely a lot of the people who came and went at first were older than you when you were very young, and then as you guys got to like late teenage years, they ended up being about your age or younger. Like their age went down as your age went up.
Yeah, Dion kind of casually walks over and says, "I'll tell the others sometime."
Lynx kind of just like nods with like a like kind of like a just
Question I have is, Duck, are you looking over her shoulder?
I was interested in that. I wasn't sure if Doc would be looking over or Lynx would share the data with him later because he's probably the person in the room most likely to actually understand what it says.
Is this true?
yeah.
But I also know how much Lynx hates to be interrupted while she's working.
Yeah, I think that you're basically hovering near, but Dion on Links, you'd have the option of being like, please, no, at this moment, depending on how you want to handle that.
Fox kind of seeing the pleading, which kind of be like, at least outwardly, just kind of, all right, my bad. Just you're taking this info with you, right?
Actually, give a like lean head towards Dion, be like, "You want me to scrub this on everything, or shall we take a copy?"
I don't need to see it. I don't. If it's private, it's not for me. I just.
You can just take it all.
Yeah, one, the data is extremely important for proving who did what, and you're going to have to dig through it, but there's also definitely a lot of the mundane data of this is who was here at the facility at this time. It's just over a long, long period of time, so it's difficult to search through it for a specific name at this moment. It would take a lot
Right.
longer to do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of the processing power of this was basically trying to look at whole human genomes over like a second to second change and then calculating all the various differences of both I can't remember the exact word for it, but like where what genes you have and which ones are active and actually like affecting you.
Right.
It's on a level beyond because you're not familiar with this technology or like this kind of science, but you are vaguely from like an education standpoint, you're like, oh, this is a lot, and it was trying to process all possible permutations of those changes and where they would go and what they would do to affect them
Dang.
in a way that you're like, oh boy, oh boy. The information they gathered on Dion and Friends was piddly compared to the kind of information they were trying to select from these test subjects and predict if it would get to the place they wanted it to for them to be stable.
Okay. So,
You can see in many cases they predicted how these people would die long before they did, just they couldn't predict how to prevent them from dying.
Dang. All right. So Lynx is gonna copy everything onto one computer, right? Scrub the rest.
Yeah, they were
Like-
actually already pretty well scrubbed. It was this monolith that was hard to scrub.
Got it. And then Lynx is gonna just like incline head to Dion, be like, "Do we still want this monolith?"
You would
like-
have a hard time scrubbing this.
Yeah, but
And,
like we
definitely
can
you-
always physically destroy it.
We can just shoot it the fuck up. We got guns right here.
I mean, you're looking at this, and I think it would take a weapons tech roll, but you're not sure you could.
Oh,
You
fuck.
know, okay, Lynx is gonna try. Just see, like, just wants to.
Anyone who has skill in weapon tech can roll it right now if you want to.
Alright,
Got it.
so Lynx is just
Well-
gonna take a look and see, like, how strong is this thing built?
I ain't gonna
So,
bother with
Tech
that.
scanner, pull out.
So
Just
we're not keeping a copy of this data then?
No, we have a copy.
No, she just copied it to a
We have
computer.
a computer.
Lynx only pulls out a 13.
The vast majority of this thing is actually processing power to try and predict what was going to happen to people
Well,
based
then
on
fuck
the many genetic information they had. Yeah, with 13, you are very confident that none of the gun, like a regular ballistic bullet is not going to do anything, and a regular sword, nothing. This thing is many, many solid layers of like Kevlar steel, and you think probably a liquid layer below that that's meant to take impacts.
Ooh, no wonder it survived a freaking
And
nuke.
the monolith is like the armor itself is going at least like 5 or 6 feet into the concrete below it, so you wouldn't even be able to like drag this around.
Huh. Well,
Alright, well,
we're
can't do
leaving this
anything
here
about
then.
that.
This is going to take high explosives placed very specifically, or like a really long time with a blowtorch to.
Alright.
Yeah, well, don't worry
Get
about
into
that
this
right
thing.
now. It's not super important. Well, we know where the place is. If we ever need to get this thing scrubbed, and Fox kind of again has like that's like the smirk on his face, we can get that dealt with.
Dan, I can't hear you.
Oh, I just said it sounds like we might want to drag Enzo here sometime.
Oh, okay. I think the
Possibly.
noise gate was
Not a bad
blocking
idea.
you.
More importantly, though, this place is giving me the fucking heaves. Let's get out of here, huh?
All right.
Is there anything-
I want to roll a 3.
Oh.
Oof. So yeah, it's as you guys are in here, and I need to move you two in here.
Hmm.
You hear a door upstairs open,
Fuck.
Oh no.
and then you hear doors down here try and open, but you hear gears grinding, both there and there. Dion, you don't know what's in those doors. Those are the only rooms in here. You're like, those things have never opened before.
Hey, Mom.
There's a door up here, and a
Oh.
door down here.
Sorry.
Uh,
How long can does Dion have enough time to run all the way up to here, for instance?
Yeah, the doors aren't opening. They're grinding and attempting to, but you can tell that
Probably not happening.
like they only partially powered up, so whatever security they have to not open up on accident is preventing them from opening up on purpose.
Okay.
But they're kind of grinding open a little bit, and if you roll me some real good, is it just regular perception? Some sort of try and peek in and understand what you're seeing, you might be able to see through the gap in it as it kind of tries to open.
All right.
Perception, regular old perception, under awareness skills.
Human perception on the door.
19.
19. You look in there, and there are some kind of security robots
Fuck.
that are struggling to move and are not doing so because the mechanics that keep them isolated and away from and preventing anyone from hacking them are not opening. You kind of assume, you don't know, but this door is very similar to other doors you've seen in this facility that are meant for high security. Basically, there are several bars that go through the door so that you can't just pry them open that are not moving.
Huh.
Dion yells over to Lynx and says, "Do you think you could take control of these?" Oh, I guess Lynx doesn't see. How quickly can you take control of some robots?
And are they hooked up to a network?
They
Lynx
are
is
not.
just gonna like run over and I guess then she's like, you know what, fuck it, and just see if she.
I guess if you roll me a, actually, yeah, roll me a Pathfinder +2 because you rolled a regular Pathfinder before, but now you're going to be like, all right, I have some extra tech for discovering networks and extra bullshit like that. Let's roll some of that.
Fox is just like,
Okay.
robots?
15.
15. You can tell that these things are technically in network, but they don't, at least you assume, but they don't have any way of actually accessing them.
Huh.
Or at least no wireless way. You'd have to look at them more closely to see if there's a hardline way to do it, but they were designed, you're pretty sure, to be like, oh no, once these things unplug and start moving, they don't do anything else other than the job they are given. And you assume, looking at them, that job is not cuddly and friendly.
So we leave. Fox just looks at them very bright. So we leave.
Dion, I think also one other detail that you know for sure and is deeply uncomfortable to you is you hear, like, one of the things you hear is a slight hiss and something opening in the room where you guys were kept before.
Oh no.
And you know from when you were here, that was the security measure to be like, and now the subjects are dead.
Hey Ma, remember you mentioned there was that thing where some doors open and some gas gets let out?
Yeah.
Did that just happen?
Seems like it.
So we run.
You assume?
It's like Lynx is gonna be like, well, I can assume.
So we run! Why is no one agreeing with the run plan?
Dion.
Real quick,
Okay. Bless you.
I want one of you, just one of you, to roll me a luck roll.
I got it. I have the best luck. I'll do it. Wait, you know what? Hold on. For a luck like this, I can't rely on roll 20 dice. I have to rely on physical dice. It can't be done. Dan, don't you roll a fucking thing. I swear to God, I said I had it already. Shut up.
I have pretty high luck, though.
Don't touch it.
Only one of you gets to, because otherwise
How much luck do you have?
you
'Cause
will
I have
succeed.
7.
8.
Okay, fine. You go ahead. Whatever.
So just roll a d10 plus 8.
Watch him roll.
You're not
one.
using your luck points here.
Just not gonna say anything about the other roll. Oh, was that? No, that was a different one, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was a different one.
1d10
I thought
at
Dakota
8.
swooped in.
16.
Could be worse. Double 8s.
16. All right. Yeah, so are you guys running? I just needed that luck for a thing.
I would like to
I'm not
run,
running.
frankly. Fox is very much like, I don't know what the fuck is going on here. I'm already creeped out. Can we please get out?
Lynx is just gonna look at Dion and follow his lead because it's his vision.
Dion yells, "Shit!" and then says, "Let's go."
Thank you. Someone finally agrees with the run plan, and then we just turn and run.
Dion just glare.
All right.
Dion's just sending him like a the darkest glare he's ever, and he's seen a lot of glares from Dion.
Listen, fam. If I don't get a glare from you a day, I think I have to
Now-
do my job right.
This is also a question. Are you going back up the same staircase, or are you going down the other one?
We heard a door open upstairs, right?
Yep.
I'm going upstairs the way we came, but I got my gun up. I ain't even playing it. I ain't playing no games. If somebody's up there, I want to see him.
Wait, Dion grabs. Oh, never mind.
What? No, say a thing.
I was gonna say Dion grabs Foxy's like arm and says,
Mm-hmm.
"You just heard the door open upstairs, right?
Uh-huh.
So where do you think the poisonous gas is?"
Probably down here, because it's supposed to be the thing, you know. My guess would be, if there was, kind of like turns to Dion and says, if there's a switch that opens some doors with robots and lets gas out in that room with the cell, and there was the other cell with the scratches, my assumption is those cells were to keep you, and the gas would be to kill you down there. So we run!
So, just to be clear, you're saying all the protocol is supposed to keep us from leaving.
I don't think it's supposed to keep you from leaving. I think it's supposed to keep you from breathing.
And where do you
Dion,
think
you don't know what the protocol was for. You just know what the gas did. It definitely was killing you in that one room. You don't know if there's other gas anywhere else. But to be clear, it activated when you plugged in and downloaded stuff off the hard drive.
That would be my guess. Thus, the point being, either we're already gonna die because the gas is filling where we're at, or the gas is gonna fill the whole place and we leave before it does.
You also have gas masks. You have bought gas masks.
So we
for
put
this
those
outing.
on and we run.
I assume they were already on because we were in.
That's true.
Radiated
They were already
rooms.
on because we're in the hot zone. It probably makes
This is
more
fair.
sense. I mean,
Can
I
I
guess
do a
we'd
bear
probably
count?
take them off like in the facility if things seemed okay, but like,
Dion, what are you saying?
Can Dion do a really weird and probably bullshit deduction?
oh no.
Sure. What?
So, and this is just my opinion. This could be completely wrong, but if
Yeah.
in my opinion, it would be made to keep the secret from getting out, so they wouldn't expect them to go further down in.
There's not really a further down.
Yeah, I
end.
was like,
This
is
the-
there even any other way to go except back up?
I thought the stairs went down.
Looked like there was a
No,
tunnel
we
out.
took the downstairs.
Yeah, it
on
looks like
the
there's another tunnel.
floor.
Yeah, no, we took the downstairs.
Where's this go?
I think that's a
Uh,
shooting range,
Yeah.
right? Oh,
Yeah. There's a shooting range over here where they
Oh,
generally
true.
test you guys'
Ah.
physical abilities. This is not an elevator. This is deep isolation like cell.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so no way down, no way further in. If the goal is to keep the secret from getting out, that means we should get out of here before anything remaining alive in here is no longer alive. That's the synopsis I'm having in my FoX brain right now. If you agree with that,
I'm gonna say
don't tell
Fox
me
is
you agree with
100%
that.
right because we
Just
do
run.
need to end this quickly.
Okay.
okay. I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. You
Yeah.
guys are up here. As you round the corner, there are two robots that are clankily, rustily trying to walk towards you because no one has cleared the dust out of these things in like
Motherfuck.
4 or 5 years.
Robots.
Eh.
Of course it's robots.
You see that they're actually in a somewhat, you'd say an older version, but a similar build to what, say, Rockland Augmetics was using.
Oh boy. My
Uh,
favorite people.
Older, but yeah, they're carrying these spears that are crackling with energy as they're trying to run towards you. And you have an option here. This one is the elevator you came in, or you can try and break robot.
FoX is not in the mood for fighting. This place literally creeps him
We
the
won.
genuine fuck out. So he is
Look at
literally
me.
like, he will raise his gun, like start shoving them towards the elevator and just start letting off shots.
Yeah, okay.
Like-
Then what I want, and this is like the final roll, because I do need to get out of here in a
I
second.
got you.
Foxy, you roll me 2 weapon checks. Everyone else, roll me whatever check you want to do to facilitate getting in there, which
Weapon
maybe
checks,
will
weapon-
limit how close these things get to you and how many shots they take out. We're not doing combat. This is just running away.
Yeah.
Okay, can I do an auto fire?
And-
Yeah, you can do an auto fire.
Lynx is gonna roll evasion.
Ooh, I'll also roll evasion.
21.
21.
21.
I'm going to do a luck point. Okay, tolerable.
15. All right. So a few things happen. Dion and Fox, you immediately open fire. Dion, you're trying to get them to move by just sort of spraying bullets to get them to take cover, and they do not care. So you are going to roll me some damage, just regular SMG damage, because they just they do not care at all.
That's 2d6, right?
And then what's 80 feet? Yeah, Fox, you don't make any of those shots at a distance.
Unfortunate.
And yeah, you spray Dion, and bullets just ping off their chest as you don't think you get close to their armor. Anyways, the rest of you get into the elevator, and then I just need to roll.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Well, at that range, several blasts fly at you guys, and they kind of go wide as you see these spears are like in just a crunchy sort of janky motion trying to point at you. They are not moving very fast, and you are worried if these things were in good function that they would absolutely have hit you, as it still gets kind of close.
They shoot
They get to about
lightning?
here before they're shooting lightning at you.
Oh god.
But you manage to get into the elevator. It starts closing. I think it's as it starts moving up, you hear some clangs down near the door of the elevator as you're moving up that quickly recede as you leave. And I think that's where we want to end this session.
Oh god.
This one was a little
Killed.
emotional for some characters, so I hope everyone's doing pretty good. But we're going to talk about that after stream between me and the players. Hope everyone in chat's doing well. You can let us know on our Discord. My name's Tate Washburn. I am the DM here, and I want everyone to do their social medias real quick.
Okay, sup? It's me, Young Foxy, aka Big Foxy, aka Baron Foxy, you know what it is. I'm on Twitter at Young Foxy, YUNG_FOXXI. Play Fox the Fixer. I'm in plenty of other shit. Everything that's here, basically. I'm also in 3 campaigns on TPK Roleplay. So just honestly follow me on Twitter if you want to see where I go live and when I'm doing shit, because that's the best place to find me out. Check my SoundCloud out too. And that's really all I got. Okay, have fun. Go, Michelle.
I'm Michelle. I play Lynx, the Netrunner. I don't have social media.
She's not real.
Done.
Don't
As
perceive her.
Netrunners don't be found.
The joke is never gets old. Go.
I'm sure it doesn't. Hi, I'm Dan. I play Huck. I'm a doctor. I have a Twitter. It's you can follow me there. I don't know why you would.
Do we have it? Yeah.
I'll put it in. Joe.
Hi,
Joe.
I'm Joe. I stream
Joe.
under Joe Hate Club, and I'm on Twitter at Impact Font Joe. I think that's it.
Word solid. Respect.
Yeah.
Oh, and
Like I said, you can find me at. My name's Tate Washburn. You can find me at @kinda_writing. You should definitely join us on our Discord where we talk about cool stuff all the time. There's cat pictures and bird pictures and tabletop things and nerd shit. Great.
Yeah, cool stuff.
But anyways, this has been Neon Night City Lights. Thank you guys for joining us on this tumultuous episode, and we will see you next time.
Adios, my loves. Y'all be safe.
Bye.